Okay, Mayor Kane, you're now live on YouTube.
You're on mute, Bill.
I got it. So I'll call the meeting to order at 10:04. Glad you could get on board, Scott. We have a full council, and the clerk's department is present in abundance. Let's go to section 2, which is our territorial land acknowledgement. Township of Hamilton is situated within the traditional territory of the Mississauga, Anishinaabeg, and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaty First Nations. Our work on these lands respectfully acknowledges their resilience and their longstanding contributions to the area now known as the Township of Hamilton. Are there any additions to the agenda? I'd just like to interject a little bit about it, sort of a plan for the day, so we know where we're going, and any members of the public who are involved maybe want to plan their day around this as well. I hoped we could go through till 12 and then take a substantial break. I don't know if 20 minutes is enough. I'll leave that up to council. It's 20 minutes, or do you need a half an hour? Any opinions? Okay, then let's try for a 20-minute break, at which point we should be up and running hopefully by 12:30, and then after that we'll break each hour and a half, depending on how long it takes us to go, so that nobody gets completely brain soggy before we get to the end. So that's sort of where we're planning on going with that. So if there's no other comments about the agenda, we have a prepared motion that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hamilton acts as follows: that the agenda for the special council meeting held on December 3rd, 2021 be approved. Thanks, Mark. Seconded by Larry. All in favor? And that's carried. I'll ask if there are any declarations of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof. Seeing none, that's a good thing. Part 6 is the public question period on agenda items only. I'd like to acknowledge at this point that we did receive a correspondence from our citizens group, but it wasn't really in the form of questions, but I think we would acknowledge that we did receive that. They had 3 main points. I don't know, I don't have them in front of me. Arthur, would you like to maybe paraphrase section 1 for us, and we'll move it?
Sure, I'll do that, Mayor Kane. The first question is with respect to climate crisis. The request was that the newly Environment and Climate Change Advisory Committee will be continuing to provide recommendations. They would like budget to reflect Council's response to the committee's recommendations through actions taken. So the request is back to funding or support or grants related to the Environment and Climate Change Advisory Committee. The second question is with respect to clarity in the disclosure of all government grants, their stated purpose as part of the 22 budget process. Looking for a grant summary report. And the third question is with respect to asking staff and council to review budget process, in particular, whether it's Coburg, that looks at an alternate timeframes or alternate meetings, and the approach being responsive to ratepayers' needs. So those are the 3 questions in summary.
Thanks very much for that, Arthur. And I'll give my own brief reply to question 1, and then I know we have 2 members of council on committee. I'll give you an opportunity to also interject, and any member of staff who wish to. And first of all, this is a committee that council's fully behind. I mean, we initiated this and unanimously supported it and funded it and accept their minutes and move them forward through corporate services and fan them out to our other committees so that all our managers know the expectations or the requests that are coming from this group, and we take them seriously. Now, as far as specifically naming something in our budget, what I'm hoping is that our department managers are incorporating these ideas into the requests and into their future plans. So with that stated, if any of the other members of council wish to interject, I'll give you an opportunity now. Yes, Pat?
I just have a couple of small comments. This is our first real year of having the committee in place, so trying to figure out the best way for us to affect improvements and change to help in like the many things that are happening right now. We're still taking kind of baby steps to figure out how to get what we want. One of the things that the committee believes is a priority is the outside consultant fleet review. But we didn't start to have the serious conversations about what we think needs to go with that. It was mentioned, but there were so many things being mentioned. We didn't really put a lot of focus there. So it did not come even to Nazareth's attention that we were thinking we want to figure out how to get this done until we were well into her sorting out the budget. What we talked about is that our $2,500 that we get as a committee is not going to end up, it's going to take us like 50 years or something to pay for this review with the cost of living and such. So we can't fund it, but the cost of it, which I don't know in my head, is going to be more than we would typically have in our budget at this moment. What I would like council to consider is two things, is that even if we do not have it directly in the budget this year, if a grant comes through, that consultations are one of the things that are on it, that this particular consultation be seriously considered, because I do think it's very important, and it is something realistically we're probably going to want to get done in the next few years. So that is number one. And second is, I think as council, we may need to make a bit of a decision as to whether we want the committee to have money being put aside at a larger amount so that things like consultations can come out of our money, like spread the annual amount in the budget, or if we want it brought forward as an item like this one where we don't have it budgeted anywhere else, but it is something of need, like just how we can go through this in the future. The other thing that I think in our last meeting that I think will be helpful for council is we've asked a different tracking system where council will be able to see the changes that we have asked for and that have been implemented. And we can get a stronger sense of how the township's moving forward in this area. And I think that will help as well, just in trying to keep us on track about not just the smaller stuff, but the big things that really do need to be looked after. So as a discussion point or as a motion for us to at least keep this on the, I don't know, the agenda for the 22 budget, but an awareness that if something comes up, this one, I really believe should be high on the list. I don't know if you have anything to add, Mark.
I think you covered a lot of it, Pat. I'm just gonna say, and Bill mentioned too, that a lot of it is within each department's budgets and incorporated within them. And in your mentioning, Pat, that we're going to be putting forward a chart and so forth within our minutes to see what we've done, that will also help in us knowing that it has been done within each department's budget. So all should come, there should be a little more clear picture by the end of next year, because I know this committee, it really wants to have a checklist and just see how important it is throughout the municipality also. So as a committee members, they want to be, see what they have done throughout the year and have kind of a checklist. So I think both of you have touched on it, and I really don't think I can add any more than what's been said.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I don't think there's any opposition to this group from council. I mean, we're fully supportive. One of the words I didn't exactly hear the word from Pat, but I'm hearing the word reserve. If there can some consideration that you want a environmental committee reserve set up, that's something that needs to be brought forward, Pat. And unfortunately, probably for next year's budget at this point.
That was why I wanted to make sure that it at least got discussed at this year's budget. I sadly said to the committee that I couldn't see a way that we could just automatically make it happen for this year. But I think we need to look at it as a high priority, and I'm not sure the best way to make that happen. What I'm hoping for today is that we can get a recommendation that if a new grant comes out, that this can be on the top of the priority list, because that at least gives us a starting point. And then maybe when things quiet down for this budget, Mesrick can look at possible ways of setting things up so that we can make sure that there's funding in the future.
I think we can simply make that a direction to our Treasury Department. Scott?
I believe I'm the council member that sits on the two committees that deal with a number of vehicles. I certainly sit on the roads committee, as I call it, and I also sit on Parks and Rec, where we have other vehicles. I will certainly commit to asking our managers of those two departments as we go through a committee process here as early as next week to investigate how long the process takes, how many dollars the process takes, and who's available to do the process. Because to be honest with you, I'm sitting here right now with the idea, and that's all I have. I don't have any facts or information behind it. So for me to move forward in a decision, I'd like to know some of those facts. So I'll commit to asking both of those departments to do some review and get some information for us to be able to move forward.
Okay, thanks. Anything else, Mark? Do you have something more, Mark? No? You're muted still, Marcus.
I wonder if that means his mute is broken.
Oh, okay. That's not going to work. Larry?
I just wanted to say that Scott and I sit on the Parks and Rec, and then Pat and I sit on the Fire Department. And in both cases, when we've gone to do the master plans for those two groups, we've made it very clear that environmental conditions or environmental and climate change should be part of that study. We've incorporated into the study. Just so we're always aware of it.
Yeah, and yeah, we are trying to move this forward. That's for sure, Larry. Thank you. I just want to go back here and clarify. Mark, are you having a computer issue? You can't get off mute? Oh, now he's frozen. I don't know if Mark, is there anything we can do, Emily? Oh, there's Martin back.
I'm back. I don't
You
know.
are. You were frozen there and muted.
Yeah,
Are you
I got
okay now?
frozen and I couldn't talk, or I was muted out. And Larry just touched on, I want to make sure the fire department were also included. So thank you, Larry, for doing that. I was just going to make a note up here and sign it on the screen, but
Use telepathy. Use telepathy instead. That worked. That worked perfectly. All right. So if there's nothing else about question one, hopefully that satisfies the group that we are taking this issue seriously. We are trying to move forward. Their second question dealt around grants, and I think I'm just going to have to turn that over to you, Nazrat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. When it comes to budgeting, we only include grants if we are fairly confident that we are going to be receiving it. So for example, Ontario Community Infrastructure Grant, which is the OCIF, Federal Gas Tax Grant, Ontario Municipal Partnership Grant, which is the OMPF. These are identified in the budget package. So if you look at the capital budget worksheet, which is on page 99, you will see that I have two columns, one for federal gas tax and one for OCIF, where I indicate exactly how much we are going to be receiving in 2022 and what projects those grants will be allocated to. The Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, that is for operating budget, and that is identified on page 30 of the package. Again, we indicate exactly how much we are going to be receiving throughout the year. As more and more grants becomes available, we do apply for it, and luckily we do receive a few. And when we do receive those, we inform council of it so that council is aware of it, and council is also aware of what projects we are going to be using those funds in. So yes, we do reportings for grant consistently so that council and residents are aware of it.
Thank you, Nazrat. And there's just because we apply, there's no guarantee whatsoever that we're going to receive that grant. So we can't, I guess, to go back to an older phrase, we can't count our chickens before they've hatched. So we really can't list that. So thank you. The third question had to do with timing of our budget. That's always a tricky one. We have some members of council in particular who like to see actuals, and the earlier in the year you try to get your budget together, the less reliance you have on actuals. I'll say that when I started on council, I believe the first budget we passed was in March. So we have certainly moved this forward. And it's our goal, obviously, at this point, to get it completed by the end of the year, which to me is very, it's a great goal to have that done. There was some mention of, us comparing ourselves to Cobourg. I'm not sure that's a great comparison. I know they're our neighboring community, but they have a much different budget structure than we do. I mean, they have their own utilities company. They've got their own police department. They've got full-time firefighters. They have a municipal transportation system. They have almost all of their residents are involved in their municipal water supply system. We're not exactly in the same stack bracket with the town of Cobourg. Another comparison we could make, if we're looking at timing, I mean, the county of Northumberland is not having the meeting that we're having right now. Their first one's going to be on December 15th. So, if we want to look at comparatively speaking to the people around us, I think we've done a really good job of moving our time up to as early as we have. Yes, Pat.
Just a very small comment. I think I'm at 18 years worth of budgets that I've sat on. And the process that it's been changing into is the one I've been happiest with. I like the time frame overall. I don't think I would like it much earlier, and I definitely don't want it much later. So I understand that everybody has different views on it. This is about my favorite, I think.
We've pleased at least one person, then. Larry.
I think what some of the residents are saying in some cases that they don't get enough input into the actual numbers and the areas within the budget. It's not so much timing, I think. It's more, I know they've seen in some other budgets that the residents actually get to look at the budget while it's being built. And so that's a different animal altogether, but it's an interesting aspect. So I think we can't forget that. That's one of the issues that they're talking about too.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. We also have to realize that's going to incorporate more staff time to do that. Personally believe that the treasurer is overworked now. So, yes, Arthur.
So I think these are great comments that the council has made both on timing, but also on the different nature of our organization. And I just want to echo the fact that in our document on page 7 and 8, we talk about our timelines, but we also reference on page 9 the budget surveys and the questionnaire, as well as the forum that we designed to allow more input this year. So we were also constantly trying to improve the document and the input into that. Unfortunately, no one participated in our budget forum that was set up, although we did receive a number of questions and we responded to those as part of this budget package. So this complete package that you see before you is probably the best one I've seen put out by the township staff. And I hope you share that opinion, but certainly the information is presented clearly. We've tried to get it out as early as possible for people to be able to understand, council to understand, the public, as well as having the survey questions and input into the process as well built into that. So I just wanted to offer that as part of the response to that question.
Thanks, you, Arthur, and I couldn't agree more. Any other comments? All right, I'm going to ask, we're still actually on questions, part 6 of our agenda. I don't know if we have any other members of the public who'd like to come forward with questions. So I'm going to defer to our clerk's department. If we have anyone in our waiting room.
We do, in fact, Mr. Mayor, through you, have 3 hands raised.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any of those. If you do, could you acknowledge whoever you think was first?
I believe Miss Pauline Brose was first to raise her hand. Emily,
Okay.
if you wouldn't mind.
Hi, Pauline.
Hi, Yes, good morning. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity for this. 2 or 3 comments I'd like to make. First of all, I see in the budget where $70,000 is going to be put in for the railway road in Harwood. And very pleased that the council has responded to our request on that. 2 things on that. It would include the surveying, I expect, because the surveying is really important in terms of the width of that road. And I would expect that this road work would also solve the erosion problem at the beach. So I would just hope that what would take place. Secondly, is that the Parks and Recreation strategy master plan that's underway at the present time, I think has been most interesting. I've participated in 2 of the sessions. They will be reporting, I expect, in the next few months. And I would hope that council might consider some of those recommendations prior to the 23 budget, that some of those things that may be important to do now, that you might consider taking some of the reserve money for that. The third item is Ganaraska Conservation Authority. The 184,000 that is participating in that. I haven't looked at the Conservation Authority budget themselves of what they do, but I'm just wondering what you expect from the Conservation Authority in Hamilton Township. I think that there can be a number of partnership programs that take place within the recreation or roads or whatever, because what I'm interested in terms of the environment committee that's been set up is more trees being planted on streets in Hamilton Township. There are many roads in Hamilton Township that are very beautiful with trees, and there are many roads that are not. And especially in villages, I think it would be really great to have partnership with the Conservation Authority or urge them to do something in Hamilton Township in that respect. The 4th item is relating to page 44 of the budget, building fees and building permits and compliance fees. There's quite a few new building lots in the village of Harwood. I think there's 17 on Sully Road alone. And the building fees, development fees that are applicable to those lots. I'm just wondering where that money from those building lots, where that money will be used within the community. There's certainly some need for projects within the close proximity of those lots. And rather than the money just being put into general revenue, I wonder if you're targeting it to the specific area of Harwood. So those are my 4 comments, and I'd appreciate any comments that would have on it.
Okay, thank you. I heard amongst the things that were said, I heard actually 2 questions, I believe. One had to deal with our expectations for Ganaraska Conservation Authority. I don't know, that's a pretty general question. Is anyone on staff or a member from the group that have a statement or an answer of any kind? Thank you, Mark.
I think, and Pauline may correct me if I'm wrong, I think she's referring to some of the programs that they have within some of the other communities, such as Port Hope and so forth, which have tree planting along the roadsides within their community. It's a shared program through the GRCA and the roads departments of each of those communities. And what they do is there's no cost for the trees. It's part of that healthy water, healthy healthy environment program that we have with the GRCA. But it's working with our staff. Our staff would have to work with GRCA staff and determine whether they want to participate in such a program, because there's a lot of work to it to make sure that the trees are planted properly and where they go and so forth, so they're not going to interfere with our roads and maintenance of the roads and so forth. But also it's something where the ratepayers would have to go to the GRCA. I believe there's 3, 4, maybe. I know there's no more than 5 different types of trees that they can purchase in that program. So I don't know if Daphne, maybe you could, I don't know if you know any more on that program than what I'm getting at, but I do know Port Hope is an active participant within that program. So.
Thank you, Councillor Lushin, and through you, Mr. Mayor. It is, I know from working with the municipality of Port Hope that it's certainly an engaging program. It does save the municipality some money, but there is resources involved, as you mentioned, in terms of determining street appropriate program for the street trees and ensuring the planting is done in an appropriate way. We could take the information back, should that be your direction, and find out more information.
Thanks, Daphne. Thanks, Mark. The second question I heard had to deal with the monies coming in from development fees. Oh, I'm sorry, Pat, missed you.
Just to go back to trees for one moment, separate from the Ganaraska, there's also been a couple of grants that I know that Trevor and Parks and Rec has been taking part in to get trees in other areas. So it is something that, so the environment and climate change, we've been monitoring where we can get trees from and how we can get them into the community.
Okay, thank you. And so the second question I heard dealt with the monies from development. Is there a staff member who wants to give us some sort of a general reply? Nazrat, I see you coming on.
To you, Mr. Mayor. I'll attempt to answer that question. So in terms of building department, it's a self-sufficient department. So revenue from building departments are used to pay for the expenditure of building department. And if there are surpluses, the surplus is transferred to building department's reserve. And in terms of DC, we do collect DC, and DC funds are actually used for growth-related projects.
Thank you. That's very concise. So could we move? We have another set of questions. And I would ask our people coming forward, please.
One further comment, if I may.
Oh, I'm sorry, Arthur, go ahead.
Sorry, making. Thanks for the information from our treasurer. The one other, so there's the building fees, the development charges, and a third component is the parks dedication that we do collect as part of a severance or a plan of subdivision application, and that gets put into a park reserve separately. So there's that component, and those funds are drawn upon as directed by council.
Thanks, Arthur. So again, we're going to move to our second questioner, and please try to limit the questions in the interest of time.
Mr. Mayor, we have Faye McFarland.
Hi, Faye. There you go, Faye.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I have 4 questions. The first one is, what aspect of parking will be contracted out and why? I think this is $15,000.
Okay, can we stop, Pat, and just deal with that, Faye, if that's all right? And then we'll let you ask the next question. Can we deal with this parking adjustment that we're making? Is that you, Arthur?
Yes, through Mayor King. So with respect to parking, we're looking at allocating a similar amount of $15,000 to deal with parking issues next year. That's our plan at this point. We're going to be doing the wrap up from the program this year on what some of the successes and not, or some of the areas that need attention rather. And so as part of that, we bring the information forward to council. We'll be looking at either bringing together our bylaw sort of enforcement, including parking, as well as other components of bylaw as part of our internal work, but we're also looking at whether there's the need to supplement it with external contractors. So right now we have the placeholder in to look at a resource in the order of $15,000. We're looking at consolidating sort of that bylaw enforcement work. And we'll be reporting back to council on the actual nature of what's internal versus any other external support that's needed.
Thanks, Arthur. Is a follow-up to that, Faye, or do you want to go to question 2?
Yes, my follow-up would be, what specific tasks, if it were contracted out, what specific tasks would that contractor be doing?
So for you, Mayor Kane, last year we used private contracting to assist with the parking enforcement, primarily in our northern waterfront communities along the lake sort of areas where people park. We also made fine tuning to the bylaw itself. So we were able to identify sort of pressure points. However, they also dealt with parking bylaw enforcement on a response basis as needed in other parts of the community as well. But the priority in response to the sort of the areas where we would look is to make sure that sort of the higher pressure areas in the waterfront communities are dealt with in particular. And these focus around the fire routes, the restricted parking areas, in particular assisted parking areas as well. And lastly, again, sort of conflict parking areas where people are parking in inappropriate spots.
Okay, thanks, Arthur.
Thank you. My next question would be, which positions are included in the personnel expenditures of the general government budget of $1,256,000?
Looks like Nusrat's taking this one.
To you, Mr. Mayor, it will be for admin, HR, clerk's department, finance department.
Pretty well everything except fire department.
Fire, public works, parks and rec is not included there.
Everything else is. Okay, thank you.
My next question is, can you explain the planning department personnel increase from $79,300 to $94,679, a 19.4% increase noted as provision of organizational review?
Thank you, Nusrat.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is something that we are going to go in detail when I go through the departmental budget.
And questions from council.
That's true.
So hopefully if you can either stay with us, Faye, or you can watch sometime on YouTube or whatever, that Nusrat's telling us that we're going to delve into that with some detail later in the day.
Thank you. And then my last question, which sort of related to Pauline's question, the building department appears to have a surplus of $100,000. What specifically is this earmarked for? And could it be used for investigating and initiating green building standards, such as they have in Whitby, Ontario, and or energy efficient retrofits, for example?
Anyone want to take this, Nusrat?
I'll attempt. Right now, what I have in front of me, I look at page 43 of the budget package. Building department's revenue is enough to cover the expenditure for 2022. So I don't see a surplus in there. And as I've said, if there is a surplus at the end of the year, once all the numbers are in, we do transfer it to building department's reserve.
And what is that number, do you know, Nusrat? What is in the building department reserve?
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Right now, we are projecting for 2021, the projected year-end balance for building department reserve is approximately $170,000.
Which may be the number that Faye's referring to, I'm not sure. Faye, do you have a follow?
So is it possible that those reserve funds or some of them could be earmarked for those kinds of initiatives?
So we don't have, I don't know if we have, is Tim with us this morning?
Yes, Mayor Kane, if Tim is,
Yes.
he has his hand up in response to this question.
Oh,
which
I'm
is
sorry.
okay.
I don't have him up. I do have him. Wait, you snuck up in the left-hand corner on me, Tim. I'm sorry. Please add what you can for us.
Sure. Sorry, I was just trying to start my video. Through you, Mayor Kane, the surplus and cost stabilization reserve fund is typically only utilized when we have a bad year. So we've been building up a reserve just in case we don't have as much revenue as building permits. We can have an expectation of projected quantity, but it's still put in place to ensure that if we have 4 or 5 or even 2 bad years, we have something to cover our associated costs to do the work without diving into everybody else's budget line or the operating or the tax base rather than our building department budget. So it is something that I can explore, Faye, but currently we just have it as just to ensure that we aren't going to be hitting the tax base if we have a bad building year.
So I'm going to interject a question on this one. Do we have some number that we're comfortable with would be a base reserve that we would not want to go below that, but once we are above that, we could start considering some of the projects that Faye's talking about. Is there some number that we would be comfortable with that we felt safe?
Sure. The goal that there isn't an actual number under the Building Code Act. It doesn't specifically state it that way, but the goal that I had hoped for back when we did the consultant review in 2016 was to be able to cover the associated costs of the department for 1 year. That was my idea, and that way, if we were creating a reserve fund that got to be too high, then we'd be doing another review of the associated costs to do our job. So it is cost free. We're not intending to have a department that takes on more money than it needs to do the allocated tasks.
Okay, thank you. Scott?
I'll try to be a little more blunt with my response as I traditionally am. Building department fees are mandated by the province as to what they can and cannot be used for. They are to be used for the operation of the building department only. They cannot go into a general reserve fund to buy a snowplow or buy a piece of property or any of those other items. They have to be building department items, period. And I'm sure Tim will correct me if that's changed since since the regulation is a few years out of my realm.
That is correct, Scott.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Pat?
Would that include a vehicle for the building department?
Vehicle could be included under the way that it's stated in the act. Oh, you're on mute.
It just never occurred to me before that something like that could come out of if we end up with like the base amount and some extra. Thank you.
Some of the ideas that Faye's put forward at the very least relate to building, or are they then something that could be considered?
And through Mayor Kane, that's why I had stated that we can explore the ideas if it directly relates to something covered in the act. I don't know, not really hearing Faye's question, what she was referring to with what she sees elsewhere, but if it's associated to our work, we can include that as it's an associated cost. It's indirect or direct costs for the building department only.
Okay, so I'm not sure if this is fair on you or not, Faye, but if you did have specific things, you could forward those ideas to Tim and hopefully he'll be able to give you a response. He's nodding yes. So does that work for you?
Yes, I'll forward that information. Thank you very much.
That's all right. So is that the end of your questions, Faye?
Yes, for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us today. We have a third member, Daphne.
We do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Donna Cole.
Great. Morning, Donna. So I have you up, Donna, and I've got your hand up, but the screen showing me that you're still muted.
Am I there now?
You are.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I have one question, and it refers to the pilot project for ATVs in 2022. My question is, there was a monitoring system which you are putting into place for that pilot project. And I want to know what incremental funds and activities are built into the 2022 budget for this project.
Not seeing any staff members jumping at this one, and I have no answer for sure. Arthur?
Through you, Mayor Kane, in the report that we provided to council about the ATV pilot, we had envisioned a monitoring through basically requests or comments that come either through various sources. So this will include either complaints to, for example, the police, inquiries or complaints or compliments for that matter to the service through our service portal on our website, contacts with staff as well. And this will all be information that we'll be reporting on. So for example, if there's either a sign down or if there's additional problems with a route that's being created that we need to tend to, our public works staff would respond to that, and we will include that as sort of part of our monitoring. We do not have specific funds identified as a special ATV project. It will be incorporated into our normal operations, whether that's by law enforcement, roads, or again, other work through other departments.
And correct me, I did hear you say that ratepayers would be able to direct comments and complaints directly through our website?
Correct.
Okay.
Through Mayor Kane, yes.
Thank you.
So I have an extra question now.
Yes.
When I was on council, my understanding was that if the police were called out more often than the normal annual numbers that were on record, that at one point there were extra charges for every call out. And I am concerned that there was going to be incremental charges to our township based on this monitoring system, that we should be budgeting something in the year for those costs.
So to Mayor Kane, you are much more aware of what happens with the Police Services Board and their budget. My limited knowledge is that, yes, if there's an increased service calls, there is an adjustment made at the year end in the following year. However, at this point, we do not have that projection to say we expect 1%, 10%, or 50% more calls. We have looked at other communities, and we understand from some of the police feedback that we've received that it's been something that they've dealt with as part of their routine. They respond to them, and they also have the ability to educate and promote as they're part of their tours on trails or in locations. So we'll be working with the Police Services Board through the OPP as they manage those requests. And yes, you're right. If there's a change in the numbers that we expect over and above one year to the other, there would be an adjustment at the end of the year, but we would be reporting and dealing with that with council at the end of the pilot, after the pilot at that point.
Yes, I believe what Donna's referring to are called calls for service, and OPP would keep a running track of those. Every call, whether it's related to ATV or whatever, car accidents, everything and anything, speedings. And they do keep track of them, and they do make adjustments to the billing process in the next billing year. That being said, our OPP charges have been really stagnant over the last several years. As a matter of fact, I think 2 years ago we had a decrease, did we not, Nusrat? And then the other years were almost status quo. So I believe our OPP charges, which are still significant, but I believe they're actually at about 2017 or 2018 levels still.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Donna. Do we have anyone else, Daphne?
No, we don't, Mr. Mayor. That's the end of
Okay.
question period.
Thank you very much. It's a little more than 10 minutes, but I think it's significant that we deal with the public. So I'm going to move us to section 7, which are reports, T 2021-33, the 2022 budget consultation results. Nazrat, do you have a short presentation here?
To you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Staff is recommending that council receive this report for information purpose. We do take it very seriously, and we do believe that it's important for us to give the ratepayers the opportunity to share their ideas in the budgeting process. The public consultation for this year's budget is actually started at late September. We had the survey and the budget forum. Survey allowed us to ask specific questions to the residents, and it also allowed them to ask us specific questions and also comments on the budget. The forum also did the same thing. It requested residents to give us, ask us questions or give us comments. The staff report in our Appendix A, I've included the result of the survey, and Appendix B, we have included all the questions that we have received from the residents and our response to those questions. Just to give you an idea, we received 55 response for survey and 0 response or 0 submission for the forum. If there is any question on this report, we would be happy to answer.
None from me. I'll just simply say thanks for the effort, even though we may have had less uptake than we would have wished for. Any other members of council? Yes, Larry?
I had a little bit of grapefruit.
Yes, I think I'm just disappointed with the number of respondents we had, especially when everybody's asking to get involved in the budget. But at the same time, I think we're having a problem again with communication. The as indicated in the report, again, the second time from the last report to this report, it always communication favors email to the greater good. So I'm wondering how, and I think I've talked to Daphne, how do we improve or increase the number of people who can get emails? It's very frustrating because we all know that communication is a problem. But I mean, so that's the only comment I've got, is that if we could improve get the residents to come on board, and we could keep communicating with them on emails. We've got Facebook, we've got the website, but it doesn't seem to be doing the job. So those are my only comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Something about leading a horse to water, Larry, comes to mind. Pat?
I almost have.
Ooh. Pat must have been having negative thoughts.
Just we dropped
it already. Mark?
Maybe I'll have her thoughts in my mind now. Who knows? Just a quick comment. I noticed a lot of the comments were directed towards county and some of the county services. I'm wondering, Mr. Mayor, whether you could pass those on to the county, since they hardly ever get any responses either to their budget process.
That's a great idea. And to further your comment, Mark, maybe in another year, I don't know if we need to be more specific in ensuring that people understand what the difference is between municipal and county responsibilities. For example, paramedics, we have absolutely nothing to do with. So I don't know maybe that needs to go in our website somewhere as well, just to refresh people's minds. But that's a good idea. I'll see if I can at least forward them through to Mr. Dees. I'm concerned that we've not been able to get Pat back yet. I don't like to proceed too much further in the process. Arthur?
Through Mayor Kane, I see that she's rejoining or in the process of rejoining, but just to follow up to Councillor Williamson's comment about emails, I think I'm going to look at that because I saw that result is very interesting, the website, the social media, and the emails. We have used emails in the past. If people sign up on our website, they will get an email about a change on the website, so that will push that out. But I think I'll regroup with particularly the clerk's department, our clerk Daphne Livingston, as well as the deputy clerk Emily Cartledge, about other techniques or other things we can do. Do we go back to a managed mail list? We know that people don't want junk mail in their box, so we don't want to do that. But as far as junk, but we'd want informed information and see if that's something, some other tool we could do. We could do that, and we're also supporting any elements of a new residence package. Preparing something like that as far as informing people, keeping informed about what's happening in the township. So we're looking at different ways of reaching out to people in the community, but certainly we'll revisit the issue of an email list and managing that, and if there's a simple way of doing that to make sure we were using all tools available.
Okay, thank you. Pat, you're back with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hang on. I'm definitely having computer issues today, and I have to just keep re-signing in, so I apologize. I don't know what the problem is.
Before you go forward, Pat, if you're having some real issues, sometimes if you turn your camera off, that helps.
I
It
don't.
doesn't take anywhere near much power when you don't have your camera on.
Well, if this happens again, I might go that route.
Yeah.
I feel like that's not what the issue is, but I could be wrong. My short answer is, though, I like everything that I did hear about other things that we can try and looking for all the tools. But if you go back even a few years ago, the fact that we had 55 residents who actually took the time to do the work is more than we were getting in some years. And I think that number has gone up most years. So it's a slow process, and people feeling more confident that they will be heard if they do answer a survey or do come to a meeting will help that number get bigger. So I think our biggest thought is the number going up or is it going down? And as long as it's going up, we're making progress.
All right. So if there's nothing else, then we have a motion prepared. It's recommended that the Council of the Corporation Township of Hamilton acts as follows. The council received report T 2021-33, the 2022 budget consultation results for information. Thanks, Pat. Seconded by Mark. All in favor? That's carried. Brings us to section 7.2, our draft operating capital budget, T 2021-34. Do you want to get this motion on the floor first, or do you want to discuss and pass the motion for information when we're finished, Ms. Ratt?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we can put the motion on the floor.
It's recommended that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hamilton acts as follows. The council receives report T 2021-34, the 2022 draft operating and capital budget for information. Moved by Pat, seconded by Larry. All in favor? And that's carried. And it's we're starting to get a little worried. It's taken us an hour to get to this point. So that's right. Without further ado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. With your permission, I would like to take everyone to Appendix A of the staff report, which is the budget package, and I'll go through the budget package with everyone today.
So at this point, we need to screen share. Thank you.
So Emily, can we go to page 13 of the package, please? To you, Mr. Mayor. Dear Mr. Mayor, I will start with the draft 2022 operating budget. For the draft 2022 operating budget, staff is proposing a budget increase of 2.9% over 2021 budget. And if you factor in the projected assessment growth, which is estimated to be 0.9%, the net levy increase is 2% for 2021. This is equivalent to an annual increase of $34 for average household property tax. Normally, when I do a budget presentation, I categorize the variance in budget in a few categories. This year, we are going to be using the following categories: base, new items, reserve funded expenditure, cancel targeted initiative, and unsustainable revenue. Unsustainable revenue, this is a new category that we're using this year. These are revenue that we won't be able to sustain in the future, or there's no guaranteed, and therefore we're removing from the budget. I'll start with the first category, which is base. Personnel is actually increasing by approximately 3%, and that is related to COLA, benefit rate increase, and step rate increase. Contribution to reserve is actually decreasing by $3,000 for various reasons, and I'll go over that right now. Contribution to the roads need study reserve, we are actually decreasing it by $5,000, and that's simply because the projected 2021 year-end balance for that reserve is approximately $60,000, which is sufficient to cover the road needs study project that we're going to be doing in the future. We are requesting to decrease the transfer to election reserve by $10,000. Again, similar reasoning. The 2021 projected year-end balance for election reserve is approximately $92,000, and we are projecting that we will need around $50,000 for the 2022 election expenditure. So that will be sufficient. That funding will be enough to cover the expenditure for election. We are requesting that the transfer to roads, vehicle, and equipment reserve is increased by $15,000, and that's because the projected 2022 balance for this particular reserve is a deficit state. And this is something that has been brought to Council's attention in the past about the deficit state of this reserve in 2020, but during 2020 budget deliberation, Council actually approved to increase the contribution to this reserve by $30,000. And it was mentioned that it will continue to be like that in the future. But last year, because of the pandemic, we were cognizant of rate increase. So we did not increase the contribution last year to this reserve, but this year we are bringing forward, if not 30,000, but at least increase it by $15,000 so that we can take this reserve to a good state. If we do increase it by $15,000, there will still be a deficit in that reserve from 2022 to 2025, but then we will start to see some surplus in that reserve. We are requesting to decrease the reserve transfer to Police Service Board reserve, and that's based on the information that we received from Police Service Board. Net of that, all the items that I've discussed just right now, it decreases contribution to reserve by $3,000. Next line, which is the other expenditure. Other expenditure is actually increasing by approximately $46,000, and that is related to insurance, gas, vehicle maintenance, and of course GRCA, which was pre-approved by the council. Contribution from reserve is actually decreasing by approximately $25,000, and that's a good news story. That means that we are going to be withdrawing $25,000 less from our reserve, and that's mainly because in 2021, we had a budget allocation of $15,000 to be transferred from reserve for the official plan. That project is complete, so we no longer need to do that. And there is some savings in terms of transfer from reserve for Police Service Board. That takes our base increase to 2.1%. If I can go to the next category, which is new items, we are requesting a new position this year, for 2022. It's the Deputy Treasurer's position that will start from July of 2022. As the township is growing, the legislative requirements are growing. We are seeing that there are more grants that's available. So we're applying for more grants reportings that finance departments are doing. there's more procurement that we are involved in. We're also seeing that there's a significant increase in demand for more information from finance department, more analysis from finance department, so that we can give these information to both council and staff so that they can make the right decision for the township. If this particular position is approved, the position will be involved in financial reporting. Asset management is the project that they are going to be very much involved in. It is a huge project that we are doing, and it is a legislative requirement from our end. This position will also be helping with payroll, grant management, grant reporting, and procurement. I'll move on to the next category, which is the reserve funded expenditure. We're requesting $124,000 for this. I do want to mention that this expenditure will be 100% funded from reserve. As a result, the net impact to tax rate is 0. I'll list the expenditures. We're requesting $50,000 for election to be funded from election reserve. As I've said, the projected 2021 balance for the election reserve is $92,000. So that is sufficient to cover the expenditure that we're requesting. We're requesting $35,000 for HR update and implementation project. This is to do a number of projects such as pay equity review to ensure that the pay equity maintenance is maintained at the organization. This is a legislative requirement, and also to do the next phase for the org review. We are requesting approximately $9,200 for additional training. This is related to emergency management training and also fire department training. And we're requesting $30,000 for road allowance study to be funded from general reserve. General reserve's projected balance is approximately $2 million. So we have sufficient fund for this one. In terms of the next category, which is the council targeted initiative of $80,000 that we're requesting to be funded from the road reserve. This is for the tree removal project. It's a one-time funding request for 2022. In terms of the next category, which is the unsustainable revenue, we are requesting $20,000. The impact is related to Safe Restart Fund. Last year in our budget, we allocated $10,000 to be funded from Safe Restart Fund. We will not have any funding available for this in 2022, so we're removing that. And the remaining is student grant. We've noticed this year that student grant is not a guaranteed grant, and so we would like to remove that from the budget. That takes the budget increase to 2.9%. As I've mentioned, the projected assessment growth is 0.9%. So if you factor that in, the budget net levy increase is 2%, which is equivalent to $34 annual increase for average household. Any question on page 13?
Okay, thanks, Nazrat. That's a good place to stop. So we've covered page 13 through to 15, I believe. So open that up to council. Any questions, Mark?
Just a quick one, Nazrat. When you use the assessment by the change as far as an increase goes, I believe this is the 4th year, so I believe Impact will be coming out with new numbers this year. Am I right in saying that?
In terms of the assessment?
Yes.
So for 2021, this is the number that I have been giving.
Okay.
By Impact.
So
I can jump in there, Mark. I think that number's been frozen at 2016 levels, and it's going to be frozen for at least another year.
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
I thought new numbers were coming this year, but maybe I'm wrong on that assessment.
We got an announcement, I'm going to say within the last 30 days that no, they're freezing them and maintaining them at 2016 rates.
Okay, thank you for that. Then that clarifies. Thank you.
Any other members of council? Yes, Pat?
Just a couple of little questions. Nazrat, when you say the $34 per average household, what's value for average household right now?
The average household value is $326,000.
And again,
Again,
that's
So
at-
just over $10 per 100,000 is if you're trying to figure out where your house is going to go up.
give and take.
Okay, thank you. That was question one. If I may, Mr. Mayor, one more. The reserve fund expenditures for the training. Is that something that with the closure of the Ontario Fire College is going to become a regular part of our budget? And is it being something that we're going to add in future? Or are we, like, how long are we going to be using the reserve to cover that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are going to be using the reserve for this particular one for 1 year only. What we did last year at the year end, we transferred approximately $20,000 savings from training because of the pandemic to our general reserve. So I'm just requesting $9,200 to be taken from that transfer to pay for the fire department's training increase that we are seeing. We're just phasing in the increase. So this year, we're not going to take the hit for that. However, in the future years, tax rate will be taking the hit for this increase.
That was what I assumed, but I just wanted to double check. One last one for the sustainable revenue resources. I just want to confirm that I'm understanding correctly. The student grant, again, I know it's a small amount. It's not that we're not getting a student grant, it's that we're not assuming that we're going to get a grant. Is that what you're saying there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's absolutely correct. It's not, we might be getting it, but we're not sure whether we are going to be getting it. I'll give you an example. Every year in the past, we used to get grants for park students, and this year we did not receive anything. So that's when we realized that there is no guaranteed. We can't take it as granted, and therefore we should remove it from the budget.
I think it's important for us to be looking at things just that way. Thank you.
Anything else from members? Scott?
Thank you, Bill. Nezrat, I believe I know the answer to these questions, but clarity is always good for me. With the numbers I have before me on the screen, would I be correct in thinking that if we were to either save or spend approximately $8,700, we would be impacting the budget by 0.1%?
$700?
$8,700.
Oh, so yeah, if it's 85, then it is going to be 0.1%. That's correct.
Okay, either on a plus or a minus.
That's
on-
correct.
on the trade. And the other question I have, and again, I believe I know the answer to this, is that the new hire under personnel, the 55,100 is for a period of time of 6 months. So as we move forward into future budgets, it would be basically double that dollar value.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's absolutely correct. This position will start in July of 2022, and that's a half a year budget, and 2023 will have an impact of $57,000 because of annualization. And the business enhancement sheet is on page 31, which identifies or states the breakdown of this.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I have one question, Nezrat, with regards to our tree removal program. And we started that last year. I believe it was $20,000. That was a hit to the levy, was it not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for 2021, we have a budget of $35,000, which was direct impact to the levy. That's correct.
So this year, 80,000 from reserve. Does that mean, are we continuing with the 20 or 35 from levy, or is that being eliminated from the budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the 35,000 will continue from the levy, and the 80,000 will be from reserve.
So we're actually spending 115,000 on tree removal this year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And a lot of that is going to be real problem trees that our staff is not able to remove themselves. So we're going to have to hire because of hydro lines, et cetera, et cetera.
That's correct.
Right. And some of the simpler things our staff will attempt to do, but obviously their safety is paramount. Okay, thank you. And if there's nothing else from council and Nezrat, you can move forward.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can take everyone to page 17 of this package. As you all know, building department is a self-sustaining department. That's why we separate out their budget from the township's budget. I do have to tell you that this is a budget that I'm going to go through in detail when I go through the departmental budget, but I just wanted to give you a summary because this number is not included in the township budget that I just went through. Building department, their personnel is increasing by 3%, and that is COLA, step rate increase, and benefit rate increase. Their contribution from reserve is decreasing by $3,600 because their revenue is sufficient to cover their expenditure. So we no longer need to transfer a fund from their reserve to pay for their expenditure. Their other revenue is increasing by approximately $8,900, and that's because we are aligned with actual. But again, when I go through the departmental budget, I will be able to show you line by line in terms of how the revenue is increasing. Any question on this page?
Appears there are none.
If not, I'll move on to the next page, which is page 18. This page actually gives everyone a snapshot of the budget by department. One particular one that I do want to bring to everyone's attention, it's you will see under protection service, bylaw enforcement is increasing by approximately $11,000. But if you look down, parking is decreasing by approximately $11,000. It's just that we're removing parking budget from the parking cost center and we're transferring it to the bylaw cost center. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. It's just an in and out. Other than that, every single line here, we are going to go through detail in the departmental budget. But you can also again see the budget is increasing by 2.9%. But if you factor in the assessment growth, it's a levy increase of 2%. Any question on this?
I think probably it's best if we hold those questions, Nazrat, till you get into the detailed part of the budget presentation, if that's all right with the other members of council. We're going to revisit this in detail, right?
That's correct.
So I think it would be prudent for us to move forward.
I'll go to the next page, which is page 19. So page 19 and 20 gives you a snapshot of our reserve and reserve fund balance. There is a slight typo, and I do have to apologize for it. The last column of this table should state projected 2022 ending balance, not 2021 ending balance. If you look at the reserve, red means good. Most of our reserve and reserve funds are in good shape, except for the fire vehicle and equipment reserve and the roads vehicle and equipment reserve that will be in deficit state. And this has been brought to council's attention in the past. So there will not be any surprise to that. If there is any question on these two pages, I'd be happy to answer. If not, I will move on to the next page. Page 22. I am going to start with department. I'm going to start with departmental budget now. We will start with general government budget. I'm actually going to be requesting our CAO, Arthur Anderson, to introduce this department.
Thank you, Nazrat. And through Mayor Kane, I'll do a quick overview of the department. As you know, the general government department deals with all the components basically of our corporate operations, which involve the chief administrative officer, the clerk, finance, human resource departments, and of course, any expenditures related to the operation of council. Council, as you know, they represent the citizens and the best interests of the community and develops and evaluates the programs, where the CAO oversees the implementation of council's direction, and the clerk's department then ensures the effective and efficient administrative support and our customer service of the organization to the community. There are various specific core responsibilities that are required of the clerk's department. This includes various legislative duties related to the Vital Statistics and Marriage Act, amongst other acts. It also provides legislative services through the development or review of bylaws and agreements and other statutory duties and responsibilities to council. A component of it also is board and committee management and running important meetings such as this, which we rely upon their skill and expertise for. The finance department provides the financial stewardship of the Township of Hamilton, providing strategic financial planning and information in support of the budgeting process and ensuring that we meet annual reporting requirements and promotion and production of that information for council, staff, and the public as well. Some of the specific departmental responsibilities are outlined in this page, but they include the development of the annual budget, various analysis and reporting, our capital asset management reporting as well as a number of other administrative components, including all the financial and administrative services to council and staff. Lastly, of course, also is the audit administration. Our human resource department is responsible for ensuring all our effective HR responsibilities throughout the organization, which includes management and selection, management, recruitment and selection, administering compensation benefits, and ensuring legal compliance for all legislation. In 2021, our accomplishments for the three departments or three sections include primarily, no surprise, our response to the COVID pandemic and changing our operations, implementing our plans and policies to reflect provincial requirements that all was designed to keep council, staff, and the public safe by being able to deal with the various pressures and requirements of our community. So that was obviously a huge priority, but the second component is ensuring that we provide council with the various support and guidance on overall direction, as well as some very high profile policy and operational issues. And I name off, for example, the ETVs, some of the new public consultation we've done, and new committees that have been formed. We also were involved with ensuring that there's guidance to senior management throughout the year. We undertook recruitment during the year, as well as a number of studies that were pursued related to the organization review, compensation review, and some other initiatives as well. There are a number of other issues listed, such as promoting economic development activities and assisting in a few other important studies, such as the water rate study, asset management, and related initiatives. Within the clerk's department, as I mentioned earlier, they successfully have helped with over 110 council committee and board meetings and through our favorite technologies online. Kidding aside, we managed through that. It takes a lot to organize to make sure we've got the right links and ensure these are running in a safe fashion. The clerk's department does more than that. They also assisted with the implementation of the records inventory project, received funding for that, and are in the process of digitizing our information for our records for the future. They've implemented a new approach to make sure our agendas are being standardized and that information being brought to council in the way of the resolutions is being done in a consistent fashion, and made sure that, again, our records retention process is, in fact, helping to reduce our carbon footprint associated with storage of meetings and material that take space. And we're doing that in an efficient way as possible so that they can be accessed remotely or accessed in a digital format. In addition to some of those clerk's activities, we hosted a data services assessment process in conjunction with IT, looking at our cloud-based platforms. We've executed on new citizen engagement techniques and also made steps to improve both our front office layout as far as when the public comes in for service. In addition to that, there's some other changes you've seen, and from the very first and the start of our meetings, we've been partnering various internal departments to activate our first Truth Reconciliation Day with the Alderville First Nation, but we also take steps to implement the land statement into our processes as well. With respect to 2022, some of the key priorities is we'll be dealing, we can expect with next phases of COVID. So that's continuing to lead and manage by adapting our operations with the evolving nature of that. We'll continue to provide support to council on overall strategic directions, including the ATV pilot. We've already had a question on that earlier in the budget discussion, but looking at departmental issues such as water servicing and other policies as well. As you know, it's important for customer service. We'll be including some of those components in our priorities next year and continue with our leadership for the organization in 2022. This will include timely financial information, leading our asset management initiatives, and ensuring that we meet upcoming regulations and reporting required for that. We'll also be taking steps to deliver some key operational improvements to the organization that are going to capitalize on some of the investments that have been made through studies this year. And these are information and changes through efficiency, the organizational review, modernization initiatives, as well as the Parks Master and fire plans. So we'll be looking at all these tools and initially coming back to council with reports and updates on information for that during the course of the year. Lastly, fairly important, very important as far as process and time cycle of the electoral process, we'll be coordinating through the Clerk's Department the successful implementation of the 2022 municipal election. And that's going to be a huge priority for the Clerk's Department to manage that undertaking, of course, the next year. We'll also be looking at updated policies as far as various sections of the Municipal Act and looking for technological improvements to both make sure we meet in an efficient fashion. And this is going to include both the tracking of information, but also our records management initiatives, and of course, our implementations to comply with the Accessibility of Ontario's with Disabilities Act. Lastly, we're going to be looking, and we've had some discussion already on this, is how do we improve and continue to engage the public, and looking at our platforms to ensure that information is distributed to residents in an efficient fashion. So that, I hope, is the background and highlight. I'll turn it back to Nasrat for any comments on the budget information.
So we'll dive into budget now through you, Mr. Mayor. We'll start with page 28. For general government, the budget is increasing by 14.9%. If I can take everyone to the second table on page 28, base for personnel is increasing by 3%, which is COLA, step rate increase, and benefit rate increase. Contribution to reserve is decreasing by $10,000, and that's because we are not transferring funds from election reserve in 2022, because as I have mentioned, the projected 2021 balance for election reserve is approximately $92,000, which is sufficient to cover 2022 election expenditure. Other expenditure is increasing by approximately $17,000 for various reasons. Some, just to name a few, would be insurance. We're getting additional IT insurance for protection, and also some IT expenditures is included in there. Other revenue is actually increasing by $5,400 for various reasons. And when I go through the pressure sheet, I'll go over that line by line. In terms of the new items, as I've mentioned, we are requesting a new position, a deputy treasurer's position, to start from July of 2022. And the business enhancement sheet is on page 31 of this package. Under reserve funded expenditure, we do have two items there for $85,000, election expenditure of $50,000 to be funded from election reserve, and HR update and implementation project that I mentioned earlier to be funded from general reserve for $35,000. That takes the budget increase for general government to 14.9%. Is there any question on this page before I move on to the pressure sheet?
Pat?
Just one quick one. You said election reserves at 92,000. We need about 50,000 for next year, or
That's
for this
correct.
year, or 2022. I thought in terms of 2023 budget, maybe we should consider lowering the amount that we take out annually a little bit so that, because I mean, we've got almost double the amount we need for an election. So just as I'm thinking ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is something that we are going to be revisiting during 2023 budget process to determine exactly how much we should transfer to the election reserve for the next election.
And if I may, one more quick one, the deputy treasurer position is going to be, I know it's starting in July. It is a full-time position, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And I do have one, I don't know what it falls under, but it was this part that made me think of it because of the vital statistics comment. Sadly, I feel like the last couple of years, we have had more unexpected deaths within the township. Timing wise and person wise, other than the emotional aspect, I was wondering, paperwork involved in those things, is that actually causing a problem for in the area of our staffing?
Perhaps I can answer that through you, Mr. Mayor. The death registration process is a legislative process that is undertaken by the clerk's department. It certainly isn't onerous. We do act as an intermediary between the ministry and maybe a funeral home in that process, and particularly our palliative care homes. So it's strictly administrative. There is some administrative returns that come related to any kind of certificates that are issued, but I wouldn't venture to say that the increase in death or that slight increase in demographic would impact our staff adversely.
Thank you. Like I said, I know it was a slightly odd question. I'd never even thought of it before. Thanks for clearing that up for me, Daphne.
Is there any other question on this page? If not, I will move on to the pressure sheet, which is on page 29. Personnel, as I mentioned, is increasing by 3%, which is COLA, step rate increase, and benefit rate increase. Transfer to election reserve is eliminated for 2022. That's a saving of $10,000 simply because we do have sufficient fund in that reserve. Council council's other expenditure, when I present it to council, I normally flatline it and ask for council's direction on this. With your permission, Mr. Mayor, I do want to make a comment on this today. In 2021, the budget for other expenditure for council was $21,800. By 2020, that was in 2019. By 2021, the budget is $10,656, which is a decrease of 51%, which in my opinion is significant. So I did want to bring that to everyone's attention before council give me any direction to change this budget. But for now, for budgeting purpose, I have flatlined it for councils. In terms of administration, union negotiation, we are requesting an increase by $1,000 because we are entering into collective bargaining in 2022. Office supply, we are requesting a decrease of $2,400. That's aligned with actual and just have some contingency there. Insurance, there is an increase of approximately $12,000, and that is aligned with actual CPI, and we're requesting additional insurance for IT related. In terms of advertisement, we are increasing it by $1,100 to align with actual. For consultant general, there is a decrease of $40,000 because the org review has been completed in 2021. And you can see that under efficiency fund, there is a decrease of $25,000 because we no longer need that for the org review because the project has been completed. GIS is increasing by 2%, that's just CPI, and computer hardware, software, and internet support is increasing by $4,700. That is aligned with actuals. We need some licensing for AbleDoc and also CPI. Any question on this page?
Start with Pat.
Just Two very quick ones, or one question, one comment. The 50% budget for personnel. Are we sure that that's a competitive price?
Sorry, 50% budget?
That for the deputy clerk's position, the amount that we've got for July to December. We know that we're hiring somebody who's not going to just be working with July to December, so I was doing it as an annual salary. And I don't know the answer to the question. I'm just wondering if we believe it's a competitive price for being able to get somebody, or we're going to end up going, you know what, we can't get what we want for that price. Do you, like, how confident are you in the number, I guess is my question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are very confident that that will be sufficient for us.
That makes me happy. My second is just a very quick comment in terms of what you were saying about council's budget. I like the fact that you kept it where it is. The society we're living in right now, there's not going to be a whole lot of change, I don't think, even in 2022. But I think it's important for it to be commented about again in 2023, no matter who council is, because at some point in time, they're going to start living in the normal world again, where there's going to be even more need for the trainings and things. And I don't want that to end up being a huge fight. And I think the people that actually will help with that is the administrative part of the team, because it will be a new council next year. That's my comment.
Other members of council? Well, I'm going to weigh in on this council stuff myself, Nazrat, and I'll start by saying right off the top, I understand why you don't want to decrease, because at some point that means a massive increase somewhere down the line. As Pat has said, at some point, hopefully, we're going to get back to somewhere close to normal. However, that being said, I mean, we have $6,800 in the convention centers that we spent none. As a ratepayer, questioning, you know, we put up over $6,000 and it's not spent. Why are you charging it to us again? So I'm going to start with this question. Where does the $10,656 that we didn't spend, we have it, where does it go? Do we have a bylaw for surplus that says it has to go to a specific reserve?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at the end of each year, I do bring a report to council where we say if there is any surplus, where it should be going to. So normally we transfer it to general reserve.
Right, and again, it's difficult to reply to a ratepayer who wants to know why they're having to pay this again when the money was paid and not spent. And it seems like we're just kind of hoarding it. That being said, again, I do understand what the dangers are. It means at some point, we're going to have to explain why there is a massive increase percentage-wise in dollars in these areas. But just as you've been able to go back, you know, several years and tell us what our council budget was, you know, 3 years ago and 4 years ago, we'll be able to do that as well. If a year comes forward where, you know, an increase is required, we'll be able to go back and say that percentage wise, it seems huge, but this is the reason, because, you know, council slashed their budget during COVID years. And that's really unfortunate, because I believe this money is important. I mean, it would be, conferences and conventions are significantly important. It's particularly upsetting to me that Councillor Williamson has not been able to take advantage of this money, being a new member of council. You know, it would have been, you know, really advantageous, I believe, for him to be able to participate. But I mean, we simply can't do it. So I'm tossed about putting this money in general reserve and then having the public pay for it again when we had the money and we didn't spend it. Yes, Nazrat.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may, 2022 may be a regular year. And if you look at how much was spent on convention and seminar in a regular year, which is 2019, you will see it was approximately $12,000, which is significantly higher than the budget that we have in front of you right now. So I do want to caution you on that nowadays we are seeing that, yes, in 2020, because it was a pandemic, a lot of courses or seminars were not offered online, and now we are seeing that more and more are being offered virtually. So that may continue in 2022. So I just wanted to caution you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of that.
And we had a similar conversation last year, and we slashed this number in half. That's why it's the number it is now. And I recall we had a very similar conversation last year, but just something that I think we need to make sure that we get it in the open, that ratepayers who are paying attention and listening have an explanation, which you just gave them, for why we would not, drastically slash this again. Obviously, if that $10,000 went into general reserves, we would know that it came from council budget. And if we had to dip into, things have got to come back to normal, please, at some point. So if we do get to be able to participate, we would know that money's been sort of set aside. That's just what I'm trying to say.
To you, Mr. Mayor, if I can give an example, last year, because of the pandemic, there was savings in training, and we transferred approximately $40,000 to general reserve. If we did not do that, if we did not have that saving, this year, the rate payers would feel the hit of that $9,200 increased in training. So yes, we do keep track of how much is transferred to general reserve from surplus. And if there is a major hit that comes to budget, we are able to use those funding to phase out the hit.
Okay, so thank you. I won't carry this on any farther. I was more or less playing devil's advocate here, just so we made sure that we got explanation in full for members of the public who might want to wonder what the heck we're doing here, I guess. Other members of council, Scott?
First of all, thank you for that debate. That was going to be one of my comments. The second thing, Nezrat, is we are moving into an election year. And if we have anything that we as council members need, whether it be returning members or new members of council, is that we have some antiquated, some computer systems in front of us. I think I think I sometimes type an email 3 or 4 times to realize that my letters on my keyboard, for example, are not working anymore. If we needed a new computer systems, laptops or whatever they may be for our council members next year, where would that money be resourced from?
To you, Mr. Mayor, we will hit the office supply account. And as you can see, office supply budget is only $1,000. That is not sufficient. And I may have to go back to council and request council to allow us to use the IT reserve or general reserve to fund for that.
Thank you. I'm sensing that occurrence may very well be happening for us in 2022. Thank you, Nezrat.
Just a quick note, Scott, that don't know if you're aware, because I was not. There is a separate battery that runs your keyboard from the battery that runs the iPad. Who knew?
I figured out where off and on is, Bill. I consider that success.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I think Scott doesn't have an iPad. I think he's just got an old
It's a
PC.
laptop.
He's got a laptop.
Okay.
I've got parts of my old laptop and parts of your old laptop, Bill, assembled together.
With glue.
One more year. Sorry, Nezrat, for interrupting. Go ahead, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is there any more question on page 29? If not, I can move to page 30. So I'll move to page 30. Under other revenue, for tax certificate, we are increasing the budget by $1,000, and that is to align with actual. for OMPF, this is the grant that I mentioned. We are increasing that by $4,400 based on the confirmation letter that we have received from them. That takes the budget increase for base to 6.2%. I have mentioned about the new deputy treasurer's position of $55,000. That's included in the pressure sheet. And in terms of reserve funded expenditure, there are two projects that I have mentioned. One is the HR update and implementation project for $35,000 to be funded from general reserve, and the election expense of $50,000 to be funded from election reserve. That takes the budget to an increase of 14.9%. Any question on this page? If not, I will move to the next departmental budget, which is planning and development. Page 35. And I will request our Madam Clerk, Daphne Livingston, to introduce this department to us.
Thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Mayor, it's my pleasure to introduce the planning budget, the Planning and Development Department budget for 2022. Thank you. So what we do in the planning department, we administer the land use planning program. So through the official plans, secondary plans, zoning bylaws, the site plan, and subdivision processes. We have a planning coordinator who is actually and also appointed secretary treasurer to the Committee of Adjustment. And through that program and through our planning and development department, we've had several accomplishments over the last year, including 2 official plan amendments and related zoning bylaw amendments. And we have set a number of priorities for 2022 as outlined in your budget package. So for 2022, we're looking at preparing and consolidating our zoning bylaw amendment approvals to update our zoning bylaw and the mapping fabric. We have completed 3 official plan and associated zoning bylaw amendments. Those were specifically for the Baltimore secondary plan, so the servicing related to that, secondary units in detached dwellings, and interim control in cannabis grow operations. We will complete a checklist for applicants, and we have met recently related to procedures and Committee of Adjustment, which will be streamlining and making better for applicants going forward in our community. And we'll continue to support the community's safety and well-being plan through the county. Thank you, Nazrat.
If we can move to page 37, we will dive into the budget for planning department. Planning department's budget is increasing by approximately $33,000 or 34%. And I'll go over the line by line. In terms of base for personnel is increasing by approximately $15,000. That is related to COLA, step rate increase, benefit rate increase, and provision from org review that we can get into detail later. Other expenditure is increasing by $10,000. This is for additional planning consulting service that we will need for 2022. Contribution from reserve is actually decreasing by $15,000. That's a good news story because we are going to be transferring $15,000 less from the planning reserve in 2022 because the official plan is complete. Other revenue is actually increasing by $7,500 for various reasons. And when I go through the pressure sheet, I'll go over that line by line with you. In terms of the reserve funded expenditure, we are requesting $30,000 for road allowance study to be funded from the general reserve. Any question on this page? If not,
Go ahead, Pat.
I just need clarification on something. The different things, the amendments for the official plan, they were done over a period of time, does that mean our official plan as a whole has been reviewed? Or is there a separate review that the public is involved in looking at it as an entire unit?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor McCourt, at the official plan amendments that were referred to earlier in the presentation were not the comprehensive review of the official plan. These were council approved amendments that went through the planning approval process, and it's a public process through the Planning Act that ultimately has approval from the county and then affects our township official plan.
Okay,
So
that's what
pardon?
sorry. That's what I originally understood, but the way something was worded, I thought, oh, you were saying something different. The comprehensive official plan, though, when are we due for one?
Perhaps, Arthur, would you mind? I'm not, I'm
I feel like we're
familiar. I'm
there.
sorry that I apologize. I'm not quite sure.
Through Mayor Kane, the timing of that has been delayed just because we are waiting for the county to undertake their update, and we would be doing one subsequently. So because a lot of the mapping or a lot of the base information is integral to the fact that they collect it and they are able to process it. So ours, it is due to be done or due to be done shortly, and we'll be looking at it probably not in 2022, but in the following year, 2023, as part of a more comprehensive update that will then build on these sort of site-specific updates.
And that makes sense to wait till we have the county's version. Okay, I knew that one was coming up and I wasn't sure how that worked. Thank you.
Go ahead, Larry.
Yes, on the road allowance study, I believe it was supposed to be ready January 1st of this year or next year. And we still don't have that. Now, we have a number of people who have been waiting for 2 years to be able to move forward on some of their property to build homes, etc. Will we be able to allow these people to move forward on an individual basis, or do we have to wait again until this study is complete? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, through you, Mayor Kane, it's a very good question. Yes, it was something we had hoped to have completed this year with some of the changes that have occurred in the township. That project was not completed. We've identified specific funds to get it done next year. As part of the project proposal, we will look at sort of a number that have been brought forward. What would it mean to either move forward with them on an expedited basis or to await the results of the study? So we'll look at that, the fact that there are a number that have been brought forward to us. We'll look at as part of the project plan, and then the project plan will also spell out what the completion dates are.
Is there any more question on this page?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I could rebut on that. So when do we think that study is going to be completed? We had a date and we've surpassed that quite a way.
Through you, Mayor Kane. Yes, we have surpassed that again, unfortunately, with some of the pressures that occurred during the course of the year, including the transition of some staff, that work was not completed. And the idea is to get a project plan together to identify that. It should not be a full year project. Obviously, you can see the amount of money dedicated to it. It will not be a full year project. So I don't want to throw a date out haphazardly to you, but we'll bring that back as quickly as we can to council with a reasonable time frame and work with council and the public and residents so that they can understand when that will be done. Again, I would not expect it to run the full year, and we'll bring back a tight project line and be able to report on when we can get that completed.
So can we say June?
Well, again, through McCain, I could pick a date, but I would I don't want it to be a misleading date.
At least if we have a targeted date, or are we going to be able to identify some of these requests so far and move those forward?
Again, that was my word. I mentioned that I think we come as part of the project plan. look at what is being proposed as far as so far, if I want to call it a backlog or requests to date, and have that dealt with as part of the project plan. So that they'll be flagged, the timeline will be flagged. I think it's reasonable to say that's something that could be completed within the half year. But again, I'd rather have the ability to come back with council with a thought out plan and show it to it and deliver on it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Arthur.
Is there any other question on page 37? If not, I will move to page 38, which is the pressure sheet for Planning Department. As indicated before, Planning Department's personnel is increasing by approximately $15,000, and that is related to benefit rate increase, COLA step rate increase, and also provision for the org review. In terms of other expenditure, Consultant General, we're requesting additional $10,000 for additional planning consulting service that is required in 2022. Under revenue, contribution from reserve is decreasing by $15,000. I mentioned this, it's related to the completion of the official plan. Other revenue is actually increasing by approximately $7,500 because we are aligning with actual. Is there any question on this page? If not, I'll move on to the next page, which is page 39. In terms of the reserve funded expenditure, I've mentioned this before, we are requesting $30,000 for road allowance study to be funded from general reserve. The projected balance for the general reserve for 2021 is approximately $2.1 million. So we do have sufficient fund to pay for this expenditure. Any question on this page? I will then move to the next departmental budget, which is Building Department. I will ask our CBO, Tim Geronimus, to present or to introduce the Building Department budget to us.
Good morning, everyone. So the Building Department, its mission is to provide the highest quality public service, ensuring compliance with building regulations and bylaws, while working cooperatively with the public and the building industry to create a healthy, safe, sustainable, and accessibly built environment. Sorry, I'm going to put my video on. As you can see, the Building Department is responsible for a number of things as outlined below. And some of the accomplishments, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but we had an exceptional year. We had a great transfer into our cost stabilization reserve fund, and it will exceed $100,000 this year. Outside of that, maintaining our qualifications, that was an item that we focused on, and a highlight of that, Mr. Fraser fulfilled the last of his application requirements for his CBCO designation. Moving forward, some of the priorities for 2022, we're hoping to finalize the digitization of all the Building Department records, and that will help staff here provide all the inquiry information in a quick timeline and have a higher quality of information that is provided to the public. We're also moving forward on a transition into a cloud permit software, and that will just make it a little bit easier on the general public to actually apply for a building permit, giving them an opportunity to do that from their own home. Outside of that, one of the side projects that staff are working on here is a quick guide for all of the inspectors in Ontario, and we're leading that project here at Hamilton Township. So a number of priorities, and yeah, we're excited to see what happens in the upcoming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I will move to page 43 of this package. I actually went through this at the beginning of the presentation today, but I will go through this again. Personnel is increasing by $5,100, which is 3%, and that is COLA, step rate increase, and benefit rate increase. Contribution from reserve, we're actually eliminating it because we do believe that their revenue is sufficient to cover their expenditure. And other revenue is actually increasing by approximately $8,900 just to align with actual. Any question on this page before I move on to the pressure sheet? If there's no question, I'll move on to page 44 of this package. Personnel, as I've mentioned, is increasing by 3% due to COLA, step rate increase, and benefit rate increase. Transfer from the reserve is decreasing because their revenue is sufficient to cover expenditure. And as you can see, other revenue is increasing by approximately $8,800, and that is related, that just to be aligned with actuals. Is there any question on this page?
So, Pat?
I'm just going to throw it in now because it's a building department question. Just a very quick one, and it's actually to Tim. The digitization of older building department records, is that something that requires yours and Mike's skill, or are we trying to get a student to do that?
So currently we're working with a contract worker in our office, Connie, and she's been doing the administrative role for that. It still does take some time for the building department, as any inconsistency with file, at the end of the day, it's the responsibility of the CBO to ensure that it's adequately transcribed, I guess, or digitized. So a collective effort, but primarily done through the contract workers agreement.
I'm happy that it's getting done. I can see it as being a big project, and I just commend you for taking it on.
A lot of help. Thank you.
So I don't see other questions. Just a quick reference, the money that Tim referred to, the $100,000 number, would be where our ratepayer, Faye McFarland, got that number earlier in her question period. So that's obviously the money to which she was referring, just for clarity's sake. And I see it's 12 o'clock. So if we could take a 20-minute break for all the necessities, could we please try to come back at 12:20 so we can get rolling again? Do we need a motion to recess? I'm hearing a yes, moved by Pat, seconded by Scott, that we recess until 12:20. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you, everyone. See you in a few minutes. Daphne, do I need a motion to reconvene, or I just call it back to order?
Just call back to order if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Not mind at all. Welcome back, everyone. Mr. Scott. He's dropped off our participant or panelist list as well. Oh, there he comes. That's okay. I've got 12:22 to reconvene our special budget meeting, please. I believe we left off page 45, Ms. Rat, the bylaw enforcement.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Take us back up from there, please.
Yes, to you, Mr. Mayor, page 45. I am going to be requesting Tim Geronimus, our CBO, to introduce this department.
Good afternoon, everyone. As an overview, the bylaw department's mission is to provide the highest quality public service while promoting, facilitating, and ensuring compliance with the provisions of municipal bylaws that pertain to the safety and security of the community. As seen below, it outlines where we typically have our authority with respect to enforcement. And going down to some of the accomplishments, I just wanted to focus on a couple things. The bylaw department had a supportive role on the zoning bylaw review and amendment comments. And we also, in 2021, maintained all qualifications, and both Michael and myself received our OAPSO accreditation as CPSO, and that's with respect to property standards. Some of the priorities for 2022, probably the most major one is the implementation of tools and electronics. Tools, I think the main focus is going to be the goal of having a GIS online portal for all residents to use, and implementing that really pushes the goal of having all residents, or providing all residents an opportunity to identify property information and attribute information for our township, for themselves and others, and that will help a lot on the forms that they need to fill with respect to planning, building, and bylaw. Another goal, as seen below, is based on a transition, and that's for the transition of the parking. And the bylaw department will continue to work with other departments and explore new ways to provide a high level of service with respect to parking and safety within our township. So thanks, Nasrat. Back to you.
Thank you, Tim. If I can move to page 47 of this package. As I've mentioned earlier, because we are transferring parking department's budget to bylaw department, the bylaw budget is increasing by approximately $11,000. If we did not do this transfer, bylaw department's budget would have increased by only $761. If I can take everyone to the second table on this page, their personnel is increasing by 3%, which is COLA step rate increase. Other expenditure is increasing by $15,000, and that is related to parking. Their other revenue is increasing by approximately $5,300, and that is related to parking and various other revenue items. Any question on this page before I move to the pressure sheet?
So I have one quick one, Nasrat. So we're going to see at some point, some corresponding decrease, obviously, if money's been transferred, expenditure has been transferred into, bylaw, we're taking some money out somewhere else.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, you will see it on page 49 and page 50.
Thank you. Is it a net zero?
For parking, the entire amount is being transferred to bylaw, so net impact is 0.
Thank you.
Is there any other question on this page? If not, I'll move to the pressure sheet. On page 48, as you can see, personnel is increasing by $1,700 or 3%, and that is cost of living and benefit rate increase. Bylaw contracted out related to parking is increasing by $15,000, and in the parking department's budget, you will see there is a decrease in terms of that. In terms of revenue, other license, permits, parking revenue, and revenue by bylaw fines is increasing by approximately $5,370. That takes the budget increase to 21.6%. And as I've said, if we did not transfer or reallocate parking budget to bylaw, then their budget would have increased by only $761. Any question on this page?
Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nesrit, does this mean that because the personnel costs have gone up because of parking, does that mean that we won't be seeing any of the fire department or Parks and Rec being involved in the parking? And so thereby not getting increasing costs in those two departments?
To you, Mr. Mayor. So the personnel that you have right now in front of you, this is for 2 bylaw department staff, part-time staff that we have, which is Tim and Mike. A percentage of their cost is actually allocated to this account, and that's why you have that $1,761 increase, and that is COLA and step rate increase. In terms of parking, yes, fire department and Parks and Rec will not be involved in parking in terms of their budget.
So they won't be involved in the implementation of the parking program at all?
So in terms of their budget, that is not included in their budget for fire department and Parks and Rec.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any question on this page? If not, I'll move to the parking department's budget, which is page 49. And page 49, thank you. As you can see, for 2022, budget is nil. There is no budget for parking department because we transferred it all to bylaw department. And you will see that for expenditure, the total budget is $25,000, but I have mentioned that only $15,000 has been transferred to bylaw department. The $10,000 of it was related to an increase in budget last year for parking department by $10,000, which was funded from the Safe Restart Fund. So because we're no longer going to be receiving Safe Restart Fund for 2022, I'm eliminating that $10,000 and we're transferring only $15,000 to the bylaw department's budget. Any question on this page?
So does that mean a decrease in service or a decrease in number of hours of people doing parking?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I'm actually going to pass this question to our CAO.
Sorry, didn't know it was a hot potato.
Now I'm going to pass this. Oh, no. Through your Mayor Kane, we project that next year we won't have the serious parking pressures that we had 2 years ago and less so last year. And the reason is because this past year, we had a reduced number of tickets that were required. We had a presence, and that's important to still have a presence, but we had a reduced number of tickets issued. And we're projecting at this point sort of less of that pressure again next year. So that's why the reduction in the Safe Restart funding is not available, but a reduction in resource that would be expected. We still are going to put together a plan to deal with parking again for next year as part of, again, streamlining and realignment of functions, and also sort of restructuring that service. So I'd like to say it's less than last year. It should be enough to do it, but obviously the plan will come together and we'll be updating council on what that service level will be, and then council can decide if that is also, you know, insufficient in regards to staff's recommendations.
Pat? Still on mute, Pat.
$25,000 that we had for parking last year. If I've got this right, part of that came from Safe Restart Fund?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, 15,000 was tax rate impacted and 10,000 Safe Restart Fund.
Okay, and we ended up using all of it?
As of now, if I look at the actuals for 2021, we have used 23,614.
Okay, I think my question's answered. Thank you.
Is there any question on parking pressure sheet? As you can see, if you look at 2022 column, it's all nil, meaning 0, because we transferred it to bylaw department. If there is no question, I would like to move to fire department's budget. Page 51. I will request Kelly Surson, our fire chief, to introduce this budget to us.
Thank you, Deseret. Good afternoon, Mayor Kane and Council. Just before I talk about my presentation today, I did want to tell you how proud I am of the men and women that serve the township day in and day out and protect our citizens in the fire department. They do an excellent job, and I am very much appreciative of their efforts. Our goal as a team is to provide the community with an optimal level of fire protection from fire and other related public safety hazards. The fire department works within the requirements of the provincial FPPA, also known as the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, and the municipal establishing and regulating bylaw. Our fire department program aligns under 3 lines of defense. Those include an effective public education and fire prevention program, a code and standard enforcement program, and finally, emergency response. In 2021, we had a number of accomplishments. I would like to bring up a few. We continue to lead the Northumberland County Fire Department Efficiency Study and accompanying recommendations. This is in an effort to streamline the fire protection services in the County of Northumberland. Through our fire prevention and public education programs, our response to emergencies in the community continues to remain flat. That may seem minuscule, but the cost of responding to emergencies in the community costs taxpayers money, and there are tremendous losses. In addition, the response time to emergencies by our fire department is below the provincial standard. Also, very proud of this fact that our volunteers respond in such an effective and efficient manner. Our open air burning program continues to achieve excellent results, and I believe we're leading in this area. Our permit numbers are increasing, complaints are decreasing, emergency response to wildland fires are also steadily decreasing in a world and environment where wildland fires are plaguing our country. And finally, supporting the open air burning program supports environmental stewardship. In 2022, we have a number of priorities, 2 of which I'd like to speak to. One is the development of a master fire plan and community risk assessment. This document will lead and map the direction of the fire department for the next 10 to 15 years. And we will also implement a new and completely innovative training and development program for the fire department with the closure of the Ontario Fire College. Thank you, Nazrat.
Thank you, Kelly. I am going to move to page 55 of this package. We'll go through the budget for the fire department. Their budget is increasing by 2.3%. Under base, if I can take everyone to the second table on this page, as you can see, personnel under base is increasing by 3.9%, and that is related to COLA, step rate increase, benefit rate increase, and additional wage due to the training requirement because of the closure of the fire college, Ontario Fire College. In terms of their expenditure, it is increasing by $6,300 for various reasons, and I'll go over it when I go through the pressure sheet. Their revenue is actually increasing by approximately $11,000, again for various reasons, and I'll go through that when I go over the pressure sheet. In terms of the reserve funded expenditure, I've mentioned that a few times. Their other expenditure is increasing by $9,250, and this is related to training for emergency management, and it'll also impact due to the closure of the Ontario Fire College. This is related to material and software supports that they will need. This expenditure will be funded 100% from general reserve. As I've mentioned earlier, in 2022, we transferred savings from training to general reserve approximately $20,000. So we're requesting to use $9,200 from that to phase out the impact of training for fire department. And that takes the budget increase to 2.3%. Any question on this page before I move on to the pressure sheet? If there's no question, I will move to page 56, which is the pressure sheet. As I've said, their personnel is increasing by 3.9% because of step rate increase, benefit rate increase, COLA, and also additional wages needed due to the closing of Ontario Fire College. In terms of their expenditure, meeting expense is increasing by $400, and that is CPI and also aligned with actual. Gas is increasing by $1,000. That's to align with actual and contingency. Fire prevention supplies actually decreasing by $140, and that's aligned with actual and just have some contingency. Insurance is increasing by approximately $5,800. That we are being aligned with actual and CPI. Hydro and heating fuel are decreasing by approximately $2,000, and that is aligned with actual. Equipment maintenance is decreasing by approximately $2,700. That is to align with actual, but we do keep some contingency. Vehicle repair and expenditure is increasing by $5,000 to align with actual. Their minor capital is decreasing by $1,000 to align with actual. Is there any question on this page? If not, I will move to the next page, page 57, please. Fire department's revenue, as I've mentioned earlier, is increasing by approximately $11,000, and that's because of burn permit and other recoveries. We're just aligning with actuals. That takes their base budget increase to 2.3%. In terms of reserve funded expenditure, I've mentioned this a few times so far. We are requesting $9,250 to be funded from general reserve, and the net impact to the tax rate is 0 because of that. That takes the budget increase for fire department to 2.3%. Any question on this page?
Pat?
I think my question's actually to the page before, Nazrat. I know that for for personnel, the personnel line, the number that's given for the 2021 budget is, you haven't got all your expenses out yet, is what I'm trying to say. But the difference between the actual and the budgeted for 2021 seems to me to be fairly significant. Is that due to us having less firefighters, or is it simply that once you add everything that's coming still, we're going to be close?
We are, through you, Mr. Mayor, we are going to be close. The volunteer firefighter payment did not go through when I ran this report. So the number that you have, it's not a complete number, but by the end of the year, we are going to be very close to the budget.
So it's not just because I was having trouble with $200,000 being 1 month's budget. I thought that's not right, but that makes sense to me now. Thank you.
Is there any question on fire department's operating budget? If not, I will move on to page 58, which is the Policing and Police Service Board budget. If we can go to page 59, in terms of the policing budget, we received a billing statement from OPP for 2022, and they are requesting an additional $4,370 for 2022, which is an increase of 0.3%. Is there any question on this page? If not, I will move to the next page, which is page 60. Again, it's the same statement. It's an increase of 0.3%. If we can move to page 61, which is again exactly the same statement that I just made. They are based on the billing statement we received from OPP. It's an increase of 0.3% for 2022. If there is any question on this page, if not, I will move to the Police Service Board budget. If we can move to page 63, Police Service, this is a budget that is based on the information I've received from Police Service Board. Their budget is actually increasing by only $327. Their contribution to reserve is decreasing by $3,000, and they're reducing their other expenditures budget by approximately $6,600. In terms of their contribution from reserve, that is also being decreased by approximately $9,900. That takes the budget to an increase of only $327. Any question on this page?
No one else does, I do. I'll go to other members of council first. Okay, so I have a question about the under personnel, the $20,025. I'm trying to reconcile that money with the fact that there are 5 members of the board who receive less than $1,000 a year. We have an executive assistant who's paid hourly. What else do we pay some administration fees? Does the policing pay treasury fees? Do we pay money to the clerk's department? Or I can't add up to $20,000.
You, Mr. Mayor, what I can say is that we don't, Police Service Board don't pay anything to the clerk department or financing department, but I can tell you that their actual for 2020 was approximately $19,000.
Do we have a breakdown on that? Like, what? I don't understand where the money's going.
I don't have a breakdown. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have a breakdown for it here today, but I can get back to you on that.
I appreciate that. I just don't, unless we're paying our executive assistant a lot more money than I think we're paying, I don't know where else the money could be going.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will bring that information to you on December 15th.
Yeah, to council in general, please. Thank you. That's the only question I had on the sheet. So.
If there is no more question, I'll move on to the next page, which is page 64. As I've said, Police Service Board, their transfer to the board, their reserve is decreasing by $3,000. Their convention and seminar and mileage is also decreasing by around $7,000. Their contribution from reserve is also decreasing by approximately $9,900. And all this is from the police service information that I've received from Police Service Board. Any question on this? I'll move to the next one, which is GRCA. If I can go to page 67 of this package. GRCA's budget has already been pre-approved by the council on November 16th of this year. I'm just bringing it forward again. The budget has already been approved and they are requesting an increase of 2.6%. If there is no question on this, we can move to page 68. Again, it's the fact that the budget has been pre-approved by the council on November 16th, and they are requesting a 2.6% budget increase.
If I may, Mr. Mayor? Yep.
Go ahead, Mark.
Just a question, dealing with our Healthy Lands and Healthy Water program that we have, it's generally $20,000 that we put into that program each year. How much of this did we do for this year? Just so I'm clear.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is it the Clean Water Healthy Land Owner?
Yeah.
That's $20,000.
So we did approve 20,000?
That's correct.
Okay. I may check with I'll check with the GRCA. There may be some reserve left over from this year. It wouldn't be an awful lot, but there may be some. So I'll see if there's any left over and maybe we could reduce that by a small portion. I'll let you know before the next budget meeting, Desiree.
Perfect. Thank you. Is there any other question on this? If not, I will move to Municipal Animal Service budget. If I can take everyone to page 71. For Municipal Animal Service budget, based on the direction I received from the board and their budget that was approved recently, we have been requested to flatline the shared service cost for Municipal Animal Service. Is there any question on this page?
I'm going to go ahead and Nazrat, just it's not really a question, but it's a heads up for other members of council. We have had in the last couple of weeks, our managers come forward with a couple of pressing capital expenditures. A furnace that's not functioning up to what we're going to need to get through the winter, and some broken dog cages, I believe it is. Board has not made a decision on those capital expenditures as of yet, but if they were to occur, they would come from reserve and have no effect on the budget. Correct, Ms. Rat?
You, Mr. Mayor, that's absolutely correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clear the air for that in case you heard rumors or whatever, just so that you know what's going on. It's an FYI, basically. Okay, thank you.
If there is no question on Municipal Animal Services.
Larry's got his hand flying there.
Just so the residents understand, last year there was a number of donations made to the animal services, and just want to make sure they understand where that money is going. In total, that amount was what, Nesrit?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I actually don't have the exact amount, but it was over $100,000, that's for sure. Again, forgive me, I don't have that number in front of me.
The number 185 sticks in my head, Larry. And that money has been all placed into reserve, and the MAS board has been over the years tried to make sure that money is actually put in a separate reserve. NSRED has them separated so that if we have operating capital that wasn't spent, it would go into a separate reserve. So NSRED's made an effort over the last number of years. Now, I don't know how, we can't go back to infinity, but we've tried to now separate those reserves, and we would make sure that any donated reserves were spent only on something directly related to animal care and animal comfort. Example, we bought some safety cages 2 years ago, which made for the nervous and feral cats, it made their life a whole lot simpler, so that they wouldn't be frightened to death each time someone tried to clean their cage, for example. So those are the kinds of things that donated money would be spent on. And if we have, like I just mentioned, capital expenditures, that money will come from operating, what we would call the operating reserve or general reserve money that's been, that has come directly from the levy. I don't know if that answers your question, but I hope it does.
That's fine, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Desiree?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do have the number right now. We received around $203,000 donation for municipal animal service in 2020.
And that would bring that particular reserve in the $300,000 range.
It's a significant increase to our reserve. Right now, we do have approximately $600,000 in that reserve.
Which is split sort of almost equally between the two reserves that we talked about.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. That reserve includes donation and surplus. Is there any other question on municipal animal services budget? If not, I will move to Public Works budget. I am going to be requesting Lucas Kelly, our Manager of Public Works, to introduce this budget to us.
Thank you, Nazrat, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. So the Public Works Department responsibilities are to maintain and improve approximately 299 kilometers of the roads within the township. We also maintain a fleet of vehicles and equipment, and also a long-term capital replacement schedule. The department is responsible for delivering services to our residents and taxpayers in our community with a focus on customer service. Roads are maintained in accordance with township's minimum maintenance standards and township standards. Some of the department's functions can be categorized into operations and roads and infrastructure management. So some of the operations is to maintain local right-of-ways, maintains roads within our boundaries, winter control operations, installation and maintenance of traffic signs, ditching and drainage within the road networks, surface treatment, shoulder repair and dust control, and hot mix, asphalt patching, street sweeping, street light maintenance, and pavement marking. Regarding the roads and infrastructure management, long-range planning for the township's roads, storm sewers, and stormwater management ponds, inspection of road reconstruction programs, and assisting with the GIS updates and mapping. Some of the 2021 accomplishments were to continue working on our 10-year capital plan. We did receive a new dump truck that was tendered out in the spring of 2020, and we did receive it this summer, and it has been in maintenance and started winter controls last week. So it's been into our fleet. We did tender out another additional dump truck, snowplow. It says here anticipating fall of 2020, but it could be even later than that. We did complete approximately $1 million worth of surface treatment, which equals 21 kilometers of base and surface work, and approximately $680,000 of asphalt reconstruction. We did purchase and replace a new rotary brusher that has been installed on our rubber tire excavator, and completed the culvert extensions on Bethel Grove Road. We did also do some investigating and some digging, and we did flush out and repair where needed the Big O that was budgeted within our operating budget. And we are in the process of completing the stormwater master plan for the Baltimore area. And just early this week, we did meet with the consultants and GRCA and getting all the background information to start gathering, mapping, and getting that data all collected. Some of the priorities for 2022 will be to continue with the long-term vehicle equipment replacement schedule, continuing and maintaining our 10-year capital plan for road network and reconstruction, maintaining and improving existing road infrastructure, refurbishing or proposing to refurbish a 1994 grader, updating the asset management plan, updating the GIS mapping, and updating and improving existing work order system. Thank you. Nazrat, over to you.
Thank you, Lucas. If I can go to page 75 of this package. Public Works Department's operating budget for 2022 is increasing by 1.8%. I do want to take everyone to page 76 where I break down the budget. As you can see, their personnel is increasing by, base personnel is increasing by 3%, which is COLA, step rate increase, and benefit rate increase. Their contribution to reserve is increasing by $10,000, and that's related to two items. We're increasing the transfer to roads, vehicle, and equipment reserve by $15,000. But we are decreasing the transfer to roads need study reserve by $5,000, which nets off to an increase of $10,000. Their other expenditure is increasing by approximately $15,000 for various reasons, and I will go through that when I go over the pressure sheet. And that takes their base increase to 1.7%. In terms of council targeted initiative, we are requesting $80,000 for one-time tree removal project to be funded from roads reserve. In terms of unsustainable revenue source, we are seeing an impact of $2,000. That is the student grant that because there is no guarantee that we are going to be receiving it, we're removing it from the budget. Any question on this page? If not, I will move to the next page, page 77. As I mentioned earlier, Public Works personnel is increasing by 3%. That is related to cost of living increase and also benefit rate increase. Their contribution to reserve to roads and vehicle equipment reserve is increasing by $15,000, and the transfer to roads need reserve, roads need study reserve is actually decreasing by $15,000. The net impact is $10,000 increase to contribution to reserve accounts. Any question on this page? If not, I will move to page 78 under roads admin. Their training is increasing by $1,000, and that's because they will need additional training for new hires and also ongoing training for Pacific hazards. Insurance is increasing by $7,900. That's aligned with actual and CPI. Gravel crushing is decreasing by $1,000. That's aligned with actual and contingency. Building maintenance, as you can see, I've highlighted 2 line items there. You can see that we are removing building maintenance, building and yard maintenance from Public Works, and we are transferring that to building maintenance under roads admin. So the net impact is actually a saving of $2,000. Under road fleet, gas, we are increasing by $10,000. That's aligned with actual. Insurance, we're increasing by $1,100. That is aligned with actual and CPI. Vehicle repair and expenditure, we are increasing that by $7,700. That is aligned with actual. Under Public Works building, hydro, we are decreasing that by $1,500. That is aligned with actual, but we do want to keep some contingency. Under bridge materials, we are decreasing that by $10,000 to align with actual. Under roads miscellaneous maintenance, signs material, we are increasing that by $1,500 for ATV signs. That takes the budget for Public Works to 1.7% increase. Is there any question on this page?
Go ahead, Larry.
Just going back up to the top there, Nazareth, you say under training, adjusted training for new hires. Have we factored in new hires into the budget? And how many new hires are we looking at?
I can answer that one, Nazrat, if you want me to.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
No
Lucas.
problem, Councilmember Williamson. So no, this is just the new hires that we hired this year. With obviously the current pandemic and COVID, some of the training that we were delayed on it. So hopefully in 2022, we can continue with our training packages, and especially some of the new hires that we did hire last year. So there's no,
Okay,
we're not proposing any new staff for 2022.
Okay, thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Nazareth. Back to you,
That's
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, that's Larry. That's the key point. I think, Lucas, I believe maybe Larry was thinking that new hires meant new positions, but this is actually like replacing current positions that were already were filled, and those people for one reason or another are no longer with us. Right, but it's no new positions that have been created. No.
Correct.
Okay.
Is there any more question on Public Works operating budget? I do have one more page for Public Works pressure sheet. I missed that. It is page 79. As I've mentioned, tree removal, we are requesting $80,000 to be funded from Roads Reserve. The net impact is 0. And in terms of student funding, I did mention we are requesting to remove that from the budget because there is no guarantee. Any question on this page? If not, we can move to Parks and Recreation's operating budget, and I will request Sharon Day, the Recreation and Facility Coordinator, to introduce this department to us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you. Thank you, Nazrat, Mayor Kane, and Council. The Parks and Rec Department provides a range of recreation and activities, providing living opportunities through the management and maintenance of our parks, our 2 multi-purpose facilities that are located in Baltimore and Bewdley, our 2 community halls in Cold Springs and Camborne, and of course our 3 waterfront parks located in Bewdley, Gore's Landing, and Harwood. We work with approximately 50 different user groups and organizations throughout the year to provide recreational services to our residents and our neighboring communities. We had many accomplishments in 2021, and I'd like to share just a few. The details are, however, on your report. In 2021, like all departments, we faced many new challenges with COVID-19. We wrote COVID safety plans, new operating procedures, and met unprecedented cleaning and maintenance targets. We met all health and safety measures as set out by the province and worked closely with our public health safety. to ensure that everyone was safe and healthy within our facilities. Outdoor parks were reopened in July and saw the return of ball leagues and tournaments. Our waterfront parks faced challenges of large crowds and increased usage, so staff worked very closely with a private security company to ensure again that all the health measures and bylaws were met. The Baltimore Arena welcomed a new ice resurfacer, and we installed a new condenser in the arena dressing room to control the moisture levels. The Bewdley Arena has a new desiccant, which is installed at the ice surface level, which will control the moisture in the arena. The township office is enjoying new furnaces and energy recovery ventilator, which will help provide fresh air to the offices and the council chambers. In June, we started the Parks and Rec Master Plan with the support of our steering committee and public input. We will focus on new recreation trends, communications, and leisurely activities for the community. Our priorities in 2022 moving forward remain the focus of the health and safety of our staff and user groups as we continue to navigate through COVID-19. The challenges continue and we are prepared to meet them. Our Parks and Rec Master Plan will continue with completion date of the summer of 2022. The project remains on schedule with focus groups in full swing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
You're welcome.
I move to page 84 of the package. Parks and Rec's operating budget is increasing by 1.5%. Their personnel under base is increasing by 3%. That is COLA, step rate increase, and benefit rate increase. Their expenditure is actually decreasing by approximately $10,000 for various reasons, and I'll go through that when I go through the pressure sheet. The revenue is actually increasing by approximately $5,500 for various reasons again, and I will go through that when I go through that pressure sheets. In terms of an unsustainable revenue source, we are removing $8,000 student grant budget that they have in their budget, simply because there is no guarantee that we are going to be receiving it. As a matter of fact, in 2021, Parks and Rec did not receive any student grant, and that was the reason why we decided to remove it from budget. Any question on this page? If not, I will move to page 85, which is the starting of the pressure sheet for Parks and Rec. As I've said, their personnel is increasing by 3% due to step rate increase, COLA, and benefit rate increase. Insurance is increasing by $853 to align with actual and CPI. Their insurance under Parks General is increasing by approximately $1,800 to align with actual and CPI. Their hydro is decreasing by $1,300 to align with actual. Any question on this page before I move to the next page of the pressure sheet? If I can go to page 86. Under Baltimore Rec Center, clothing allowance is decreasing by $75. That is based on collective agreement. Their insurance is increasing by $2,900. That is aligned with actual and CPI. Bank service charge and credit card service charge is increasing by $150 to align with actual. Hydro is decreasing by approximately $15,000 because arena opening, because of October 1st arena opening, and there will not be any ice in September. Heating fuel is actually decreasing by $1,200, and that is aligned with actual, but we do want to keep some contingency there. Telephone is decreasing by $390 to align with actual. Water usage is increasing by $3,000 to align with actual. In terms of Bewdley Rec Center, insurance is increasing by $2,500 to align with actual. Bank service charge and credit card is increasing by only $50 to align with actual. Heating fuel is decreasing by $3,000 to align with actual, but we also want to keep some contingency there. ActiveNet fees are decreasing by $590 to align with actual, but again, we want to keep slight contingency there. Any question on this?
Pat?
It's an insurance question, Nazrit. I understand that it's to align with the increases are to align with actual, but I just realized that I don't know why I didn't notice it before. Where is insurance for our staff office and such? Because I didn't see it under general administration. Did I just miss it? And did it go up that much?
I think it is there. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, under general admin, it is there, page 29.
But did it have the same kind of increase? Was all I was trying to say. See.
So it did increase by approximately $12,000. That is aligned with actual CPI, and we also added some additional, or we are going to be adding some additional insurance for IT related.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Larry?
Just a question, Nazrit. What is ActiveNet fees? What is that again?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I pass that to Sharon?
Thank you. So ActiveNet is our booking and reservation program that we use at all our facilities.
So do we use that just at Bewdley because it's just indicated within the Bewdley Rec Center?
No, we use it to book the multi-purpose facilities in Bewdley and in Baltimore, and we also use it for the Cold Springs Hall.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the reason why it showed up in Bewdley Rec Center, it's simply because there's a budget variance for that account under Bewdley only this time.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon.
You're welcome.
Yes, Scott?
Thanks, Bill. Nazrit, I'm a little confused here on the Bewdley entries. In Baltimore, we see an entry line for hydro. In Bewdley, we don't. Why would that be?
To you, Mr. Mayor, we looked at the actual for hydro for Baltimore, and we believe that decreasing it by $15,000 will be sufficient for Baltimore. But for Bewdley, whatever the budget is for hydro under Bewdley, we do want to maintain it, flatline it, so it will not show up in the pressure sheet.
Thank you.
Is your hand up again, Larry? No, okay. So Sharon already mentioned Cold Springs Hall, and of course, then we have the Old Camera School. Are they part of the Parks and Rec budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Cold Spring Hall is part of Parks and Rec budget.
So are you telling me that they're having a net zero? That's why it's not showing up here?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, because the budget, there is no variance in budget for Cold Spring, that's why it's not showing up in the under pressure sheet. Pressure sheet only identifies budget variances.
Okay. We will have discussion on that much later in the program.
Is there any other question on this page? I'll move on to the next one, page 87. In terms of vending machine, we are increasing the budget by $470 because they're expecting higher revenue, and we're hoping to get a new vending machine in 2022. Hall rental for Baltimore, we are increasing that by $3,000 to align with 2019. And recoveries, we're just increasing that by $92, just CPI. Bewdley Rec Center, we are increasing their hall rental again by $2,000 to align with actual. You can see that it's not identical to the actual. 2019 was higher than 9,000, but we do want to increase it slightly, hoping that it will be a regular year this in 2022. That takes the budget base increase to 0.7%. In terms of unsustainable revenue, Baltimore Rec Center sign rental is decreasing by $10,000 to align with actual. And student funding, we're actually removing it from the budget because there's no guarantee that we are going to be receiving it in 2022. And as I've mentioned, Parks and Rec did not receive any grant in 2021. Any question on this page?
Pat has her hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted, I'm a little concerned. I understand the hope of things being better in 2022, but I'm a little worried that with the Omicron variant, that might not be accurate. Because I mean, nobody can predict that. So my question isn't, do you think it's going to have a huge impact, but rather, do you think that if we end up with less revenue, that there'll be enough adjustments with other things like hydro or like the heat not being as high in the building that it won't be a huge hit for us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is not a significant increase in revenue. So I do believe that even if the revenue is going to be lower than what we are projecting, there will be savings in other expenditure items to cover it to some extent, similar to how it was last year. In 2020, there was a significant decrease in revenue for Parks and Rec, but they did do their best to save in other expenditure to mitigate it. There may not 100% mitigate it, but there will be enough to mitigate that.
Just as long as there's a little bit, you feel there's a little bit of a balance, because I am somewhat concerned about this one.
Is there any other question on this page? If not, I would like to move to library's operating budget, which is page 88. If I can go to page 90, sorry. Library, their budget is actually increasing by 2.1%. This actually has been pre-approved by the council sometimes early in 2020 when council approved a 4-year budget for the library. Any question on this page?
Pat again.
I just want to do a 2-second pro-library content comment. With all the things that have happened through COVID, the library has consistently been offering the township, if not service at the libraries, has been offering virtual events that have been getting really good use so that the community can continue getting those resources.
Is there any other question on library's budget? If not, I'll move on to the pressure sheet, which exactly identifies what I've mentioned, that library is requesting a 2.1% budget increase. If there is no question on library budget, I will move on to the community grants and other committee budget. Page 94. So committee grants and other committee budget, for now, I have an increase of 2.8%, and that is because of other expenditure in health and safety. We're increasing it by $1,500, and $43 is related to an increase for physician recruitment. Normally they receive $9,800 from us. Now they're requesting $9,843. It's a minute increase from their end. I will go in detail. Is there any question on this page? If not, I'll move to the pressure sheet, which is page 95. Under Accessibility Committee, we are, even though in this particular one, I'm going to do it slightly different. Normally in the pressure sheet, I identify items that have budget variances, but this one I am going to be identifying or mentioning a few budget lines or committee budgets in case council would like me to revise it. In terms of Accessibility Committee, they have a budget of $9,000. So what we do, we transfer $9,000 from their reserve from their reserve to the township, and then we transfer that same amount to their reserve, and we pay for $9,000 for their expenditure. So as you can see, transfer to accessibility reserve is $9,000. And if you look at the second highlighted line under Accessibility Committee projects, you will see there is a budget of $9,000. Is there anything you want me to revise when it comes to Accessibility Committee's budget?
Larry's up for.
Just a question, maybe this can go back to Pat, is what are the projects that the Accessibility Committee has been involved in the last year?
I think that's Mark's detail.
Oh, Mark, that you?
I was going to say, not me.
I believe we were working on, and I don't know how far they've gone on them, but there's some accessibility doors that were supposed to be done. Did that get done, Arthur? How far did that go?
Through Mayor Kane, the Councillor Loverson's right. The accessibility grant was applied for. We received confirmation of it earlier this year, mid-year, and we are now in the process of trying to focus quotes to get that work done. So it's in process right now, but it's not been finished.
I'm sorry, Bill, my hand's up there.
Yeah,
when you say grant, is that separate from the $9,000?
You, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. I do want to mention that in 2021, for project, if I'm not wrong, Bang the Table expenditure is in that line.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Mark.
In previous years, we've always put $20,000 into this budget line, and then what we didn't spend, we would put over into reserves so that we would have that for larger projects, which they've been trying to build upon. And I don't see us doing that this year. So maybe Nezra, you could explain that or give an idea to why we're not doing that.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, right now we have a budget of $9,000 for project for accessibility. The idea is we transfer $9,000 to their reserve, and then we take the $9,000 back from the reserve to pay for the $9,000 expenditure budget that they have. The idea is to maintain a reserve balance of approximately $20,000 in accessibility reserve. Last year, there was no activities when it came to the project, so we did transfer $9,000 to the reserve. So right now, accessibility reserve has a balance of $29,000. I have been told that in the past, the budget used to be around $20,000. So in order for us to do that, we need to increase the budget for project by $11,000. Which also means that we have to increase the transfer to reserve by $11,000 and from reserve by $11,000, which is a net impact of $11,000 to the tax rate.
I see. So yeah, and I realize that our committee has not really met in the last year, almost 2 years now, because of the COVID issues and so forth. And so our projects have not been going forward. I am a little worried though that our committee has been expecting us to put some in reserve. I see you're still putting about 9,000. It'd be nice if we even got it up to 10,000. At least like I said, we did half of what we were supposed to, and the rest being because of COVID and so forth. At least it'd give me something to go back on and say, hey, somewhere, and I think they realize our projects aren't getting done like they had been in the past. But in hindsight, though, they still are hoping to do some playgrounds and that kind of thing in the near future. And some of those, as many of you know, as council members know, especially, they are very, very costly, especially when it comes to the surfaces and so forth that you're dealing with. I mean, they can go tens of thousands and I should say 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s of thousands to do. And the accessibility committee was hoping to be able to do that in the future on some of the parks and so forth. So I would recommend perhaps maybe we can, I hate this, just, $1,000 doesn't seem like much, but at least it would give me something to go back with the chair and say, hey, we've got half instead of, I don't know how I would explain 9,000. I'd have an easier time with 10,000 to just explain that we went half because we just couldn't do any projects and we weren't going to meet as a group and so forth. So anyways, that's my recommendation. I don't know how far that'll go, but it's only $1,000. I don't think it'll make a big difference in our overall budget.
To you, Mr. Mayor, will there be a motion on that?
A comment? You have the floor, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Bill,
Okay.
you're on mute.
I'm not though.
No, it's me that's on mute, Pat. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Somebody keeps muting me. I must be slapping papers around or something, making noises. Sorry. Ms. Ross asking if Mark wants to make that in the form of a motion. I was asking whether we want to just discuss first, or should we have a motion to get it on the floor before we discuss it?
I would like to comment on Mark's comment, if I may.
Well,
and then I'll make a motion. Or do you want a motion? Okay, I will make a
motion. I'm going to
motion.
go by you, Pat, to the clerk, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Deputy, do we need a motion here before we discuss this, or can we just go ahead and talk about it?
That's at the discretion of the mover. So should Councillor Lovshin like to make a motion, he could move that motion. You could ask for a seconder, and then you could proceed with debate and discussion.
Yes, Mark.
Sorry, I'd be more than happy to make the motion.
I think that's the best way to go. Is there a seconder? Then we want to add 1,000. Mark would like to move this number from 9 to 10, and Pat seconding it. Okay. Now discussion.
So my comment, first of all, was going to be, there's been multiple years that this has been brought up because the way it was set up originally, it wasn't documented in a way that it ended up getting carried forward the way it should have. So I'm not worried about the past, but there was very specific reasons why it was set up the way it was. And I thought that even though the amount had gone down to 9,000, I thought that we had made it so that $9,000 wasn't coming out each year. If it wasn't spent, it was accumulating. It's been, I want to say 7 years since I sat on accessibility, and looking at the proper padding stuff on the floor of one park was, I think at that time, like $60,000. We're never going to be able to throw the money in if we don't start building it. I seconded the $1,000 increase, but I would be happier if, even if we didn't get that, we did get that the amount that is put aside is accumulated each year when it doesn't get spent. Because right now that's not happening. So that's my comment.
Any other members of council? Yes, Scott.
Question going back to Desrat. Her description was done quickly for my ears. Could you just tell us what we are doing with that $9,000 then, following Pat's question?
So the project budget for accessibility is $9,000. what we are doing is we transfer from tax rate $9,000 to the accessibility reserve, and we withdraw $9,000 or however much we will be spending in the project. So let's assume that 2021 we spend $8,000, not $9,000. We will transfer $9,000 to the reserve because that's what the budget states, but we will be transferring back $8,000 to pay for the $8,000 actual.
And what happens to the other 1,000?
1,000 will stay in the budget, in the reserve.
So just to follow up, if I might, Bill, so we are in fact building the reserve unless our projects take all of the money.
Right. So if I can give you another example, in 2020, there was no activity in that for accessibility project line. We did transfer that $9,000 to the reserve. However, we never withdraw money from the reserve because expenditure line was zero. So your reserve is now, rather than $20,000, $29,000.
Okay.
But if I go back to 2019, but the actual was around $11,000, not $9,000. So again, we transferred $9,000 to the reserve, but we withdraw only $9,000 rather than the entire $11,000 because the difference was just a minute $2,000.
Okay, so then I don't understand how we end up at an even anything, which is part of why I thought that. So maybe I've gotten it wrong. So if, for example, the project that is being done in 2021 that's at least partially covered by grant doesn't use the $9,000, the $29,000 that's currently in reserve could end up at the end of the year at like 33,000.
So first of all, I don't think the doors will be implemented on the cost will incur in 2021. It might be a 2022 project. So I can use an example of what we have in front of us. 2021 under the accessibility project line, we have an actual of $8,600. What I will be doing is we will be transferring $9,000 to accessibility reserve, but withdrawing only $8,600 from accessibility reserve to fund that $8,600 actual that you have.
Okay, so then we're doing it now the way that it was originally set up, but somewhere along the way we lost $11,000. Is basically where we at. And like I said, not blaming anybody because I think it was just people misunderstanding how the original thing had been set up. Okay, then I will more happily just, hang on to my second and increase it to $1,000 at this point.
Larry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe I could recommend to Mark that maybe the committee get together again and start becoming more active. Because I think if we don't approach our accessibility issue, we're going to be way behind. I mean, just doors may not be enough. So may I recommend that we get the committee up again active. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Larry, just saw that thought. How many are on the committee, Mark? Yeah, but
I believe there's 5, I believe, altogether, including myself.
I'm just thinking that if Zoom meetings are too difficult for members of that group, that we are hopefully loosening our restrictions somewhat in the new year, or perhaps it's not unheard of that a group of 5, if we had a decent sized room, such as committee room B, that you might actually be able to have a live meeting there and be able to social distance and actually have a meeting.
We could go back to our Zoom meetings again. I mean, that's not an issue. I mean, and I would highly recommend that we do that come January. I think last year got passed because of the COVID thing and because some of the projects and so forth just couldn't be done. So,
okay. Who's the chair, Mark?
Mrs. Maloney. Brenda. Yep.
So perhaps you could approach her, but try to set up a meeting. Okay.
Yep, for sure.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
No problem at all.
So we have a motion on the floor to increase the $9,000 per year to $10,000 per year with the understanding that any of that is not spent will go into and stay into accessibility reserve. Is that clear for everyone? All right, so I'll call the question on the motion, then all in favor of increasing it by $1,000. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Nazrat, for all of that. You can move on.
To you, Mr. Mayor. Now I'm going to move on to health and safety. They're requesting an increase of $1,500 because of training. In terms of council grant, so normally what I do when I present the budget to council is I flatline it and then I inform council whether there's additional requests for grant. So for Harwood Hall, right now, for 2021, they have a budget of $7,000, but for 2022, they are requesting $10,000 for washroom and entrance renovation. That's an increase of $3,000. For Gore's Landing, in 2021, they have a budget of $3,500, but for 2022, they have informed us that they will no longer need this $3,500 for this year only, for 2022 only, but they may be asking for it in 2023, simply because they have sufficient fund for 2022. For community care, they have a budget of $2,100 for $8,500 for 2021. They are requesting $9,000, which is an increase of $500. Bethlehem Walk, it's flatlined to $1,000. So the two increase that we're seeing, or requests that we have seen, is Harwood Hall for $3,000 additional, and for community care, $500 additional. And Gore's Landing, they are not requesting for any fund in 2022. That's a saving of $3,500.
Is it also my understanding that Bethlehem Walk has been canceled?
For 2021, that's correct.
So that $1,000, was that transferred to them, or do we still have that $1,000?
It's an in-kind transfer, so we don't transfer it to them.
We're still controlling it.
That's correct.
So that's basically $1,000 that can simply be held for them for next year.
That's correct.
So that's now we're at $4,500. Is that correct? To distribute? You said we had a $3,500, but that $1,000 is stagnant. So we actually have $4,500.
So we do have the budget for $1,000. So there is no change in budget. In terms of change in budget, it's actually net impact is zero. If you give additional $3,000 to Harwood Hall and $500 to community care, that will be offsetted by Gore's Landing halls, that because they're not requesting that $3,500, the net impact is actually zero.
But once again, I'm stuck on Bethlehem Walk. Why would we give them another $1,000 in our budget if they didn't spend $1,000 from last year?
We just flatline it, and what will happen to that $1,000, it's going to be considered as our surplus for 2021. So we keep it.
In general reserve again?
Exactly. That's correct.
Or we could distribute it to one of these worthy causes.
No.
Mark, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, that $1,000 bill, they may use next year because this is 2022's budget we're dealing with.
Correct.
So they may use it. I haven't heard they're going to cancel next year's yet.
No.
So
They
that's
canceled
correct.
This year's.
So what we do, we keep the budget as it is for 2021. We're just talking about 2022 budget. They are going to be needing that $1,000. So we keep it in 2022 budget. And in terms of 2021 actual, if there is no walk, which there is no, we'll just use it as a surplus.
Yes, Pat.
So I don't have an issue with what you're saying about how the $3,500 that Gore's Landing this year only doesn't need balances at the requests of the other two. But does that mean by doing that, that when you look at the 2023 budget, it will show for Harwood that we budgeted 10,000 for 2022. Like,
That's correct.
are we going to end up eating it in 2023, or is there a way to make a notation that we're giving them $3,000 above what their general, what the general amount we give them is?
Through you, Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not actually recommending to approve anything, or I'm just saying that if council does approve it, the net impact is zero. What Councillor McCourt said, it's correct. What will happen is when I'm going to be presenting 2023 budget, you will see $10,000 for Harwood Hall and $9,000. If council approves it today, you will see $9,000 for community care, and then you will also see Gorse Landing, most likely $3,500, right? So there will be an increase in 2023 budget for that $3,500.
So is there a way to leave the budget lines the way they are written right now and transfer from one account to the other so that we don't end up doing what you just talked about and increasing the 2023?
The only way we can do it is literally increase Harwood Hall and community care this year and then decrease it in 2023.
Okay, we know that decreasing is always hard. Like I said, I think the washrooms are definitely a project in need. That's not where my problem is. I'm worried about if you're saying you're going to leave the 3,500 in for Gorse Landing, or you're saying potentially. I know that this isn't your decision, but just to hold the place, you'd leave the 3,500, you'd increase Harwood Hall and community care $3,500, which would show up in the budget as lines of the increase. So the net is zero, but we end up with $3,500 that we've collected because we've got it budgeted as $3,500 for Gorse Landing. Do you understand my question? Because that sounded convoluted.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can explain this, if council approve the request from Harwood Hall and community care, budget will increase by $3,500. But because Gorse Landing is not requesting funding for 2022, that's a decrease in budget by $3,500, which takes the budget net impact to zero. So when I start 2023 budget, you will see under 2022 budget, Harwood Hall, instead of $7,000, you will see $10,000 there. Gorse Landing, you will see zero there. Community care, you're going to see $9,000 there. Most likely what will happen, again, there is no guaranteed, Gorse Landing may come back in 2023 to request for $3,500 that they have. So that's another consideration that council have to, a decision that council have to make during 2023 budget process.
Okay, I'm going to go to Larry, but I want to weigh in as well. Larry?
Nazareth, is it not simply that we're allocating a budget? So even though next year it's going to show 10 and 3 or 10 and 9, we just go and say that, no, the budget is going to be as original in 2022, right? So we're not decreasing it. We're just allocating a budget. If they come to council and say they want more, then we have to discuss it. But we don't have to show it that way. We can show it as what was done last year and just allocate a budget for that. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what we can do, if the council approved the request this year, what we can do is when I'm bringing in the budget for 2023, I can flatline it with 2021 budget. That will ensure that the increase is not reflected in 2023 budget.
So what we've done in the past is basically, this is a single budget item for $22,000, and that's where we've always started. And then we've taken that block of money and subdivided it and distributed it based on the needs and based on the requests that these groups have come forward with. Just because Harwood Hall got $7,000 one year doesn't mean they're getting $7,000 the next year. It's based on their needs. And this number changes and floats all over the place. We increased this number for that group because they had a big project, which, you know, they're continuing with, and we understand that, but they're not going to replace the bathrooms every year. They're not going to be able to come forward with a $10,000 request because they won't be able to substantiate it. So every year, these numbers float all over the place. The key number is the total number, which is $22,000. That's the number we start with, and that's the number we distribute amongst the requests that we get. So I don't think we have to consider each of these lines as written in stone. We never have in the past.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and that's the reason, exact reason why when I bring in the budget, I actually identify it in terms of flatlining it, and then I say, this is the request that they have. Would you proceed with it?
Pat?
I understand the logic you're saying, but I disagree with the reality of what you're saying. Harwood Hall for a very long time got $2,000. It got doubled to $4,000 for something. We tried to keep it at $4,000, but then they came up with a request that was bigger. That was a reasonable request. It continues to go up. Harwood Hall is definitely providing a service to the community. I'm not questioning that part. What I guess, maybe it's just that we just have to keep in our head, our next council has to keep in the head that $22,000 isn't, it's been staying at that for a very long time, and we've been playing within the lines. This may not be the year where we end up having to raise it, but at some point, if we want to keep supporting the smaller initiatives the way we really need to in these times, that number might have to change. My concern is I don't want to see like, if we can flatline it to 2021, that solves my immediate problem. Is I guess where I'm at. I like that potential idea.
I think that number was 18,000 not that long ago, Pat. We have increased it, I believe. But
Yes,
Scott's got his hand up as well.
only,
Scott?
Trying to work mute, Bill. Thanks. First of all, I believe we've talked to the point where we have a solution. The net result is zero change in this category on the budget. I would like to thank the Gore's Landing Group for being forthright and not needing any money this year.
Absolutely.
They provided us an opportunity to look at additional dollars going to two other categories. And as a result of that, I would like to actually go forward and make a motion that we alter the allocations to the appropriate groups that we've been asked of, with the understanding that next year our Treasury group will be providing us with enough back information that we know that it was a one-off year for this year. And as a result of that, I'll make that a motion.
Does that require a motion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I do need a motion.
Okay, thank you. So we have a seconder, that's Mark. Any further discussion? All in favor? Thanks for moving that along, Scott.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question to our clerk? Did Mark's motion get approved for that $1,000? I just want to make sure for my record. It has. Okay, perfect. I will move to the next one, but I do want to mention something which Mr. Mayor, you mentioned, community grant. In 2020, it was $19,500. So for 2021, we did increase it to $22,000. Climate Change Committee, they have a budget of $2,500. Physician recruitment, they have a budget of $9,843 based on the information I've received from them.
Pat?
so climate change at this point is not asking for an increase in budget, though, like I said, we may want to consider it if that's how we're ultimately going to have to find money for the fleet review. However, we did in our minutes, and I just want to check with Nazareth to make sure that we did it okay, and I don't remember the exact wording. But we did put in, we have not yet spent our 2,500 from this year. We do have some potential things going forward that we believe will end up using the $2,500, but we're hoping that whatever we've got there so far will be held for climate change, even if it runs into 2022. So does there need to be a motion to say that that money can move forward?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I did get the motion from Climate Committee committee that if there is any savings, they wanted to allocate the savings for a particular project and carry it forward for 2022. What I am going to be doing is at the end of the year, once all the numbers are in, I do bring a report to council where I will request for funding or surpluses to be transferred to reserve or accounts. And that's when I'm going to be mentioning this to the council for council's
Okay, just want to
approval
make sure
at
it was
that time.
flagged. Thank you.
Is there any question on community grants budget? If not, that actually concludes our 2022 operating budget. Is there any question on 2022 operating budget before I move to 2022 capital budget?
Pat?
I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything on a lot.
Slip back into mute, Pat. You were audible, and all of a sudden it just clicked up.
It just showed up on my screen. I don't know what's going on today. Was there anything else I missed that impacted where the budget was other than that $1,000 in the operating?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's the only difference. Budget is increasing by $1,000.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, Mark, I was looking down at my sheet.
That's okay. I just wondered, there was a number of expenditures that may or may not happen that we had discussed during in-camera sessions. I was wondering when those are going to come forward, because they will make some differences to our budget. But
I can't specifically answer. The problem is when we talk about something in closed, and now we're in open session, so we have to be extremely cognizant of what we're saying
I
here.
just
So
asked staff, are we going to deal with that before our next budget meeting, which I would hope we would do? Or we're going to have to, or are we going to have an in-camera before we have that meeting, or how are we going to handle that?
Through you, Mayor Kane. We're trying to deal with a number of the implementation of some of the issues that will require some funding next year. We think we're making some provisions in the budget for those items, building it in, and we've identified some of those components without saying explicitly what they are. So we're trying to make financial provision. We've tried to identify what it is. We will not be taking action until we come back to a report for council on what they exactly are, because we need council's approval to move forward on those plans. And that, as an example, is organizational updates. But I don't have, I would want to get council's agreement on the next steps, and that will then be done via report back to council. And that's not, I don't have that today for you, but we are trying to make financial provision for some of those changes.
would it be feasible to have a short closed session prior to our December 15th second budget meeting, even if it was 15 minutes, just to update, to provide council with any updates that we might have to that point?
We could work to do that. That will not deal with everything, but we could definitely explain where we are at and what information, provide information to council so that they're approving and understanding fully what the numbers are and where we're at. So we could schedule something. I would work with the clerk.
Does that work, Mark?
And treasurer to do that.
I guess, I mean, because some of these are, you know, I'd hate to see some of these be left for another year. So, I mean, we need to do something with them.
Pat?
If we're just talking about a report to sort of give a sense of what may be implemented for next year or what you think has been somewhat looked after, could we possibly do it at the end of Tuesday's committee of adjustment? Like just for an update report on what we think we might need to give us some time to think about how we could proceed with it, I guess.
I was trying to give staff as much time as possible. That's why I was suggesting the 15th, because there are some upcoming
I'm just concerned that we won't have a chance to think through the information if we get it 15 minutes before the meeting. Even end of day for the council meeting on the 14th would give us overnight to absorb it.
That might work.
We could look at one or two dates, either after the 8th or after the 14th in Canvas Council on either. There are meeting dates planned for both both those dates, so we could come back in Canvas Council what's the best one. But you're right, we need to pull some of that information, make sure it's up to date for you.
But you'd be more apt to have more information by the 14th than you would by the 8th. So I just think we should leave it till then. Larry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as I understand it then, Arthur, you're saying that you factored in some of these initiatives already into the budget? Because I don't see where it talks about initiatives. We're basically, we've gone by a number of budget items with no allocation or indication that these might be additional initiatives, I believe.
So yes, we have included some provision for some of the changes, and well, we've had a direct discussion on, for example, the deputy treasurer position, and that was one as an example. So yes, we have tried to make provision for some of that, but without going into any more at this point, I may not. We'll try and provide more information at the updated meeting.
So there would be no increase in the budget to incorporate these initiatives that you're bringing forward?
We're trying to make the numbers as accurate as possible. So I'd like to be able to review the information with the treasurer and make sure that that's the case before. But we're trying our very best to bring those figures up to date. So our discussion at the next meeting will confirm that or update you otherwise. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So we're at 2 o'clock, I believe. This seems like a natural place to break before we start the capital budget. If that's all right with everybody. Do we need anything more? Do we need more than 5 minutes? So once again, do we need a motion, Daphne, to have a 5-minute recess?
I prefer if you move a motion for consistency, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so we need a motion, please, to recess for 5 minutes. Thanks, Scott. Seconded by Larry. All in favor? And that's carried. So we'll see you Welcome back, everybody. 2:05, I'd like us to reconvene, please. And we're moving into our capital budget section of the program. Right, Arthur, do you have something?
Through your Mayor Kane, I just want to make sure I'm clear with council so that there's no confusion. We'll be bringing back to close off that discussion from before. I'll be bringing back a report to council and we'll be setting up a briefing for them. But we have been making provision to deal with some of the financial resources that we will be requiring next year. And I'll give you an example. I provided you one comment, for example, with the deputy treasurer position. We've also been making provision, $35,000 for an HR study, which will deal with some of the updated job descriptions, pay equity issues that are coming. And I've also identified a few other amounts that are in the budget presently. So we are making provision. Is the number 100% perfect? I'm going to try and make sure it is perfect or accurate. And where there's any variation, we'll bring council up to date and I'll provide a report to council on what those amounts are and what some of those projected changes are with council's approval in the future.
Okay, thanks, Arthur, for clarifying. So Nazrat, we're back to you. Carry on, please.
Dear Mr. Mayor, I will start with 2022 draft capital budget, page 98. We are requesting approximately $3.2 million. If I can go to page 99. Fire department is requesting $187,000. $625 will be funded from reserve and the remaining will be funded from DC. Roads fleet, they're requesting $410,000. Roads department is requesting $1.8 million, of which a significant portion will be funded from OCIF and federal gas tax. Parks department is requesting $35,000 and general government is requesting $30,000 for procurement process review. So what I will do right now, I'm actually going to go line by line. For fire department, as I've mentioned, they are requesting $875,000 for 2 projects. I am going to pass the floor to Kelly Serson, our our fire chief, to go over line by line on that.
Thank you, Nazrat. As Nazrat pointed out, we do have 2 project requests for 2022. One is for a pumper tanker for the price of $850,000. And the other is for protective clothing, which is an annual request to replace protective clothing. The big item, the pumper tanker, there's been a lot of discussion about the pumper tanker. You see the BES sheet that was sent around to council. This project was not scheduled until 2023. However, some things have changed recently. The duration in which the delivery would take place has changed significantly. It takes approximately 1.5 years now to get a fire truck ordered and paid for. That normally would not be that big of an issue, with the exception that our fleet that we currently have is aging, and one of the telltale signs was the cost that we incurred so far this year with our vehicle repair and maintenance costs. We are in the $30,000 range, so we're well above budget currently, and the year is not done. And although that's not anticipated to be that high in the future, it does play into our fleet costs. But the biggest cost, or the biggest reason for the request, is We have been told or have done some research, and we know that the cost to replace a truck is rising exponentially. We have been told that there are approximately 10% cost increases for the next 3 to 5 years with respect to replacing fire trucks. And we do have some anecdotal evidence that this is and has been taking place. In 2017, we were approved for the replacement of a pumper tanker that cost in the neighborhood of $600,000. In 2019, we replaced a pumper rescue to the tune of $700,000. And as you can see, the request this year is $800,000. So the cost of fire trucks are going up exponentially. The plan is to get approval for the truck this year, lock in a price, and then the delivery would be in the exact same time frame that the truck was scheduled, sometime in either late 2023 or early 2024.
Okay, we're taking questions then, are we, Nazrat? Larry, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Kelly, what we're really doing is pre-authorizing you to go out and get a build on this fire truck, which won't be expensed out of a reservation or a reserves until 2024, 23, 24.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so we're pre-authorizing you to go out and buy this truck.
That would be one way to look at it, yes.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, by approving this truck, you are giving us the authority to start the procurement process for this truck.
But as Larry said, funds won't be allocated for some
Yes.
time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we will not be using the fund till we receive the truck, which would be around late 2023 or early 2024. Is
Scott?
there any, sorry.
Maybe an unusual way to look at this for me, sorry. I support the idea of getting the truck procurement process started based on the opportunity of to when we might or might not receive it, which means the truck's going to be in process of being delivered to us over the next 2 years, say. Does that provide any unique circumstances for us from a budget perspective that we actually allocate the funds to it over the next 2-year period? In other words, split the funding over 2 calendar year budgets, or is that a negative?
To you, Mr. Mayor, when it comes to capital budget, it's very different from operating budget. So when it comes to capital budget, we request for the budget for the entire amount, and sometimes it takes more than a year or 2 or sometimes 3 years to complete the project. We don't withdraw fund from the reserve till the payment is till the project is complete.
So the money for this particular truck, if I'm reading it in front of me correct, is $600,000 from reserves.
It will, yes.
And we won't pull that money out of there until the truck arrives, maybe as late as 2024.
That's correct.
So then that money's going to stay in that reserve.
That's correct.
And that if that money were to come out today, we would be almost bottoming out our reserve fund, would it not?
If that money is to come out today, you are going to be in a very big deficit state.
Okay, I'll go to the next layer of questioning, if I might, then. What is our current reserve in this category?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, by the end of 2021, we are projecting a surplus of $46,000 for this reserve. But whenever I present this projected number to council, I always keep the commitment amount in there, right? So because that has already, a project has already been committed, I'm going to assume that we are going to be using the amount for it. So the dollar value that I give you, it includes the committed amount. If you look at page 131, which is the forecast for fire capital, it's the fire capital reserve, you will see that by the end of 2022, I am saying there will be a deficit of $418,000 because I am going to take into consideration, if council approve the budget, that that commitment amount is separated out, so that every time I give you an amount, you have the total balance, assuming that the commitment is going to go through.
Understood. We got the money in the bank, but we're not counting it just for a while. Thank you.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor, if I may. We're a little late in this regard, but kindly, if I could ask for a motion, please, to extend and proceed beyond the 3-hour limit in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Sorry, I never think about it till it gets to be 4 o'clock. So I just started at a slightly different time today. So it's moved by Scott, seconded by Pat, to extend this meeting by, what's the
As
maximum?
necessary, kindly, as
Yeah,
necessary, right.
As necessary, because an hour is not going to do it. Okay,
That's
thank you. All in favor of that motion?
Thanks.
Thanks. Sorry for the oversight, Daphne. Pat, you had another question.
I just want to make the statement so that it's in Kelly's head. I don't know how this impacts fire trucks at all, but can you keep in mind to look for anything that might help with the environmental impacts and things that we might be able to do with fire trucks?
Take it under advisement. There is currently a department in Ontario that has an all-electric truck. I'm not sure it's in our price range reach at this point, but I will take that under advisement and do everything we can do.
And Kelly, is that price locked? Like once you order the truck, can they tell you a year and a half from now that, well, sorry, our expenses have gone up, your price has changed, or is it locked?
It is locked, sir. Yes.
Thanks, Kelly. Mark?
I'm sorry, Nezra, I was just trying to find the page. Where will we be if we purchase this truck and the money doesn't come out to 2024? How much will we have in reserve at that time? I'm trying to find the right page and I'm not finding it.
Right. So through you, Mr. Mayor, if you can go to page 131.
130, okay, yeah.
So you will see that 100, if you look at in the column that says 2022 draft budget.
Yes.
If you look at the bottom, you will see $625,000 in terms of total requirements, and that will take the budget, reserve to a deficit of $418,000. Whenever I state the balance for reserve, I always take into consideration the commitment because council approved that commitment, right? So I don't want to say it's going to be $600,000 less than what it is if the commitment is already been approved.
Okay. Okay.
So I feel like that will misguide others.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm ready to put a motion on the floor if you so wish, Mr. Mayor. I would a motion to approve the purchase of the vehicle. You're muted, Bill.
Sorry about that. I have Larry as a seconder. Do you have a further question, Pat?
No, I was just going to second if Larry hadn't.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Thank you then. Any further discussion? So then I'll call it. Scott?
Just a question. Do we actually need to do this? Is it the idea to get out and get the procurement process started sooner? What's the purpose in doing this before the overall budget is approved?
Are we going to do these one by one as we go through them, Nazrat?
To you, Mr. Mayor, it honestly is up to the council. Council can approve capital budget by department, or council can wait for the entire budget presentation for capital and then approve the budget all its entirety.
That works. If
Maybe I
we're gonna-
could direct my question, Bill, to the fire chief. Is it critical to have this done before the overall budget is done?
Thank you, sir. There's one advantage to this. If council did see their way through to approve today, I was asked by the CAO to work with the county fire chiefs through our efficiency committee and the recommendations to explore the opportunity to couple with neighboring municipalities and do a bulk purchase. So the deputy and myself did some homework. There is an advantage and a potential cost savings if more than one truck can be purchased, even though we will be purchasing different trucks. Two of the four are also getting or have pre-approval. So it would allow us to combine with them and start to build a spec at least. And I don't anticipate, even with pre-approval, there would be any alteration of the time frame. I still think we won't get it any earlier, but it will allow us to negotiate and perhaps do a little bit better with the pricing.
I'm going to say thank you to Kelly, although due to internet issues, I didn't get every word, but I got enough. Thank you.
So I guess the key point, Scott, is this: there is some advantage to pre-approval. So in this case, then I think we should go ahead with the motion that's been moved and seconded. Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Back to you, Nazrat or Kelly. Is Kelly going to take over the PPE?
Yes. Kelly, would you like to speak to the PPE project?
Sure. Can you hear me okay now?
You're sort of cutting in and out a bit, Kelly.
Apologies. We're having some issues here. That's why my picture's not up, other than I'm ugly. And it may break the camera. So the PPE, as you are aware, there is a piece of legislation that requires us to change out our protective equipment after 10 years of use. And having 60 firefighters, we buy 6 sets per year. And that's what the $25,000 request is to replace the 6 sets of PPE annually in 2022.
Any questions from council? This is a standard and it's government regulated. Okay. I think in the interest of time, maybe we'll just go through these, and unless we come up against a stumbling block, we can maybe just pass them all at once at the end, just in the interest of saving us some time. Okay, that's good then. Very quickly, Kelly, there's an old country ballad where the singer sings to his wife, and the key line is, "You're the reason our kids are ugly." So I think, it's going back to what you said.
I resemble that remark.
To you, Mr. Mayor, if there is no more question on fire, I would like to move on to roads fleet. They are requesting $410,000 to be funded from reserve for a dump truck and to rebuild Champion motor grader. I will request Lucas Kelly, the manager of Public Works, to speak to these two projects.
Thank you, Nazrat. Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. I do have two, or I'll start with the first one, is the budget enhancement sheet for the dump truck replacement. We do have all the justification in there, and as Kelly's noted, there has been some significant delays in purchasing these and even getting parts and winter equipment materials. So as per our 10-year capital replacement plan and condition analysis, And actually, you can see in the supporting documents, I took some pictures of this specific truck that we would be looking at replacing. I'm not sure, like I said, all the comments and all my notes are within the budget enhancement sheet. So I'm here to answer any questions if a council has any.
Any questions from council? Lucas, do we oil any of our roads and vehicles, or is that just an exercise of frustration?
Sorry, what was that, Bill?
Do we ever oil any of our vehicles, like undercoat them, or is that just
we oil them every year with a Crown product. And then as you can tell by the pictures of this, you can see most of the corrosion is on the driver's side where the sand salt chute is coming down onto the dual wheels.
They just take such a beating, eh?
Yeah, and we do wash them daily after every winter activity. So it's part of the job.
So we're taking questions now on both the requests for the rebuild. No, is this just question on the truck only?
Just the truck only right now, Bill, if you're okay with that.
No, I don't mind at all. So any more questions on the truck, people? Yes, Mark?
Not so much on the truck. Kelly had mentioned that they're looking at bulk buying in with the other fire departments throughout the county. Is there any advantage of us looking at that also, Lucas, if we were to approve this today and give you an opportunity to talk to other municipalities and see whether there's any advantage to that?
We can try that. I know some of the specifications say with Northumberland County vehicles, their vehicles are built a little bit different depending on the road conditions. This truck will be designed with a two-way plow. I can reach out to lower tiers as well as the county just to see if there is any bulk pricing. But in the past, we've had pretty good success just doing it ourselves and kind of monitoring the tender within Hamilton Township. But it is a possibility. It's just if we do tender something out, there could be parts or a shortage when we could be waiting, say, on Trent Hills or A&H. So I guess there could be advantages or maybe even disadvantages if there's something that could delay the process. But I can look into it.
Okay, thank you.
I got Larry and then I got Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, so Kelly, you're going to then sell this dump truck then, are you, to another on Gov Deals?
Correct. So once this truck was replaced and the new one in service, which would likely be 2 years from now, there is a significant delay from international from being built, and then there is even a delay for the winter control equipment from Viking Surveys. But once the new vehicle was in service, this one would be sold on Gov Deals as a surplus, and it would go back into our reserve.
So you're going to be looking at $36,000 in repairs this year on this truck?
Correct. Well, we tried to buy some time. We did already have to repair. We had to take it down to a welding shop to do some structural components to buy time. But obviously, given another 2 years from now, what kind of condition is this truck going to be in?
Yeah. So we won't be expensing this truck until it's delivered. Is that correct?
Same as the fire truck. We wouldn't be paying the invoice until it's in our area or at our shop.
Okay, thank you.
And Scott?
Thank you, Bill. As I said at the committee level, I would historically ask a whole series of questions about the necessity of replacing any of our big purchase items in this case. But because of the fact that it's potentially 2 years out before we even get delivery of this, I don't have any questions other than, Lucas, might we be looking at the usage of this truck versus the one that we have in spare in relationship to keeping a rotation going? And I know that's a question on the future as well, but obviously you're going to manage that to the best of your ability to get the best usage out of both of them, I'm sure.
Yeah, so we will be rotating, say, through the spare truck and say this truck in particular. During winter operations, if we do have a truck broke down, it's kind of that spare truck comes into, I wouldn't say it's used daily, because our trucks are in really good shape, but we could blow a tire, could be a wear part. So we do rotate, and keeping a spare vehicle for, especially in the winter operation, does have a great impact on the taxpayer, because if a truck does go down, they do about 40 kilometers of road, each of them. So we do see, we would see an impact to our winter operations.
Thanks, Lucas.
Pat?
Just a comment, Lucas, if you're now seeing a trend that it takes a couple of years to, once you order a truck to actually receive it, are you starting to look ahead in your ordering to make sure that you're ordering it before it's costing us too much in repairs?
Yeah, and that is the plan. I mean, this truck is with condition, we are trying to do some advanced planning ahead. Like Kelly's mentioned, we are seeing increase in costs. We're seeing increase in parts, and you can see why we increased our operating budget for vehicle maintenance and repairs, because we are definitely seeing, and so we are trying to look ahead and try to do the plan for the best scenarios for the township.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can move on to the next purchase.
Thanks, Mayor. So the next one is the rebuild of our existing Champion motor grader. So I know I've been talking at coordinators level regarding this existing piece of equipment. As you can see in the justification, a brand new or a new grader, now I have in here at 450,000, but I'm hearing just recently they excess over $500,000. So now they're going for over $500,000. So looking at new versus used versus rebuilding, I did have two service people or departments and different companies come in, and they both recommended doing a refurbish of our existing motor grader. They're saying that we did buy it brand new, so we have all the service records. We knew how it was maintained, how it was operated. And I am proposing to send it out and get a refurbish done. It would have to be through the procurement policy of writing a request for quote or a tender. But that is the intent would be to refurbish our existing grader and add approximately 10 years to its service life. And at that point, we would have to look at again, and maybe some of the costs may go down, but today's economy probably not, and we'll have to determine that at that point. But at this time, and I mean, it's a tough one because we don't use it a lot, but when we do use it, all other local municipalities are using them. So in the springtime, say gravel road grading, we can't really borrow a neighboring municipality because everyone else is out doing it. So the intent would be to send it out in the winter months. Both companies would send us down a loaner vehicle for if we do get a significant snow event. We do have the ability to send a grader out to do some benching or doing some significant snow drifting and pushing back. So they would give us a loaner, and then in the springtime when this grader was needed for grading the gravel roads, and then it would be available and then part of the road reconstruction program as well.
Questions? Okay, see none. I'd just like to commend Lucas, you and your group for looking at all the possibilities, coming up with, it seems like by far the most feasible one. Thank you for that.
No problem. I will pass on to the staff as well, Donnie and the mechanic as well.
Thank you.
There's no question. I'll move on to the next item. Roads Department is requesting approximately $1.8 million for road overlay program and guardrail. Of that, $308,000 will be funded from OCIF, 647,000 will be funded from just federal gas tax, and 860,000 will be tax levy, and there will not be any impact to tax rate for it because that's the exact amount that we had for 2021. I'm actually going to pass the floor now to Lucas to go over that.
I thought I was going to get out of it.
Almost.
So once again, this is the proposed construction plan for 2022. Part of the roads that are in here was part of staff's condition analysis, part of the roads needs study, and also part of residents or citizens' comments or inquiries to the Public Works Department and to administration staff receiving calls. So I don't want to go through every single road, but they are listed all in front of you for some of the road reconstruction. But as you can also see, we are trying to do some preventative maintenance through the surface treating program to overlay some of the roads so we don't get into the major construction costs of pulverizing, adding gravel, and surface treating. And then down below for the road reconstruction, which would be hot mix paving. There's a number of roads there trying to, as you can see, finishing up the construction of Rice Lake Drive South, Railway Road, which is in Harwood. And I will mention now that regarding that one comment that there will be a detailed legal survey done, and as well as engineering and construction to prevent or minimize any of the flooding that is taking part over in the beach area. And then the other one is a joint project with with Port Hope regarding Hamilton Road. And the other ones are kind of cleaning up the Forest Hill subdivision area on some of the courts that we did this year as well.
Any questions from members of council? So I'm going to apologize. I'm having a seniors moment right now, but the road that we spent some time, we had certain complaints, the road we're sharing with Port Hope. We just did some minor repairs there. That road, I can't recognize it anywhere in this list. Is it somewhere in our plans?
Lakeview.
Thank you.
So it's going to fall into the operations budget because we did do some recycled asphalt. We did place it down there because of the topography, elevation, and grades. Would surface treatment be the best situation? In my opinion, not. So I did speak to the resident on that road, and we will continue monitoring it. And with just recently, we did do some additional recycled asphalt crushing. So in the springtime, we'd have about 2,000 ton of older asphalt, which has been crushed again. So we will be out there placing it, and it is in my notes for the springtime as an operations instead of being capital.
Thank you. Larry, and then Mark.
Just a comment, Louis. I was just wondering if you'd taken any consideration for doing Sutter Creek Road. I keep getting calls about Sutter Creek, and I traveled down it the other day. I just about lost a tire. So I'm just wondering if there's any way we could do something to help them out there to smooth that road out just a little bit. It's getting pretty bad.
It is in need of reconstruction. I think in 2019 there was it was considered being proposed for reconstruction. However, with that development taking place, if we just complete some reconstruction with surface treatment, and then those homes start getting built out with concrete trucks, excavators for foundations, I think it wouldn't be in the best interest to spend all that money and then have construction companies possibly ruin it or reduce its service life. So we will do some preventative maintenance, i.e. patching out there to kind of gain hopefully another year or two. I'm not sure how many lots have been sold out there. I'm kind of getting mixed comments, but obviously we can't let it go too much longer before we do something with that.
Do we know how many entrances are actually on that road? Because I thought most of the entrances for the subdivision are going to come off of the Sully.
I want to say, I think there's 4 or 5 new on Sutter Creek on that, I guess, east side. And I'm not sure how those lots are sold or not, but we will continue to monitor it.
Okay.
And I have Mark.
Yeah, just a question, Lucas. I know we brought up at coordinators meetings and so forth, dealing with the service and capital agreements with neighboring municipalities. And I don't know if you had a chance to talk to Port Hope yet on dealing with Hamilton Road, but I think the road Bill's mentioned at Lakeview is also maybe one of those that would fall into that also. So I'm just wondering where we are with that and if you've had a chance to look at it any further, and is this a road that we need to share with them or not share with them?
So myself, Daphne and Arthur are speaking to the neighboring municipalities to come up with the agreement. But I do think that because it is a shared boundary road, especially Hamilton Road, we should kind of cover a portion of or share the cost of the reconstruction of that road. And I don't know if Arthur or Daphne want to make any additional comments on that portion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can only add to that the draft boundary road agreement has been circulated. So we've circulated it with staff. The next process will be to circulate it preliminarily to the municipality of Port Hope as well. So that one specifically is for Hamilton. And then there is an additional boundary road agreement that would be for Lakeview Lane.
Okay, and there's a number of other roads, I believe, that are to the north up by, and I forget the name of the roads, they're just north of by O's Road and so forth. Have they been talked about or looked at in dealing with Port Hope at all? Because I think we service them, but I'm not so sure that they don't own them or vice versa.
So those roads haven't really been on the radar yet, but I guess we should, when we do talk to Port Hope, how we need to provide every road that we do have a boundary agreement with, and see there's a couple other ones as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And it doesn't hurt to put it in the budget and deal with it once those agreements are signed, I would think would be best.
Well, thank you then. If there are no more questions, we can move to the next purchase.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will move to Parks and Recreation's budget. They are requesting $35,000 for 2 projects. I am going to be requesting Sharon Day, Parks and Recs coordinator, to speak to it.
Thanks,
Thank
Nazar.
you.
I should have thanked Lucas. I didn't realize he was finished. Thanks, Lucas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nazrat, Mr. Mayor and councilors. Our first request is for $10,000 for a floor scrubber for the Bewdley Community Center. It's 15 years old and it's beyond its expected lifestyle cycle. Sorry.
Any questions from members of council? Larry?
Just while we were there, the scrubber, the floor scrubber, is that electric or is that propane? Or what kind of fuel is used to motorize that?
I'm not sure. I think it's battery, but I can get an answer for you.
Okay, so it is a battery operated one, because that's going to be the, so when you move to the next item, it's going to be that more replacement is whether we're going to be able to look at, maybe get you to take a look at finding an electric equivalent in the
I
future.
do have your answer, Councillor Williams. It is battery operated.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So if there's no other questions, then we can move on to the second request.
The second request is for $25,000 and it is for a mower replacement at the Baltimore Rec Center. That would be a 60-inch front mower. The current one that we are using will be 20 years old next year.
Any questions from members of council? Yes, Larry.
Just keeping in the environmentally climate change environment, Is it possible, Sharon, for us to look at investigating whether that more could be replaced with an EV machine? You know, a couple of factors: one, cost, but also reliability, the ability for a vehicle like that to be able to withstand the kind of punishment. I have not been able to see anything out there myself, but it's interesting that on the list of equipment for roads, they show a more at 45,000, and we're requesting only 25,000. Is there a specific reason why there's such a reduction in that, or?
Unfortunately, I cannot answer that. Maybe Lucas can help me.
So the mower that you're referring to, Councillor Williamson, is one that goes on the back of our tractor, which is like a very large scale mower. We don't have, we don't have, or a little bit even heavier duty. Parks and Rec maintains our lawns for us.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sorry, I didn't, when it just said more, I thought, well, 45 versus 25.
So through
Anyway,
you, Mr.
as long as if I could just ask that staff could take a look at replacing the mower with an electric vehicle, if it's possible.
For sure. Thank you.
Scott's got his hand up.
Sharon, or is there any concerns that you've heard of on availability for this product, regardless of what its power source is? Because I believe there is.
It's possible. I don't have that answer. I know we're having trouble with parts for most of our equipment. So I'm assuming it's like fire and roads that there would be a bit of a delay.
I wonder to my fellow council members, based on the information I have, the sooner we get this out for a bid price to come back, the better off we would be. I know that a lot of our farm machinery, and one of our items that we purchased here last year was a mower similar to this. And it was limited to what was on the yards rather than what we could order in. Based on that, I would, after discussion, I would be more than willing to get this process started with a motion.
Do it.
I'd second it.
I guess I got it done. Move that we move forward with this.
Thank you,
And
Deputy Mayor.
seconded.
I've seen a whole bunch of hands. I guess they're voting ahead of the call. Everybody's in a hurry here, so that motion is carried.
Thank you.
If that's the end of parks, Nazar, I don't know if I dozed off or not, but the reason I didn't think Luke's was finished, there was a guardrail program. Did we discuss that? Did we skip over that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do have to apologize. When I did mention the dollar value for roads, it was included in there, but I don't think I've given him a chance to speak to the guardrail.
Thank you, because I'm going to be really embarrassed if you'd have told me I'd fall asleep there in front of the camera for 5 minutes. That would have been really embarrassing. Lucas.
So thank you. And I mean, it's an ongoing replacement that we do have is the 2022 guide rail program. We requested it last year. This just is continuing to kind of keep the traveling public safe, to install new steel beam in areas where there's water or steep embankment, or some other obstructions, rocks. But I don't really have anything. We don't have any locations yet. Typically, we see what has been damaged over the winter from either a car accidents or maybe possible winter operations. And then we will determine those locations in the springtime.
Thank you. Pat has a question.
It may just show my stupidity. So would you said that this is a ongoing thing to replace, which that makes sense to me. Have we seen it in capital budget before? Because this looks new to me.
No,
it's always there. I
seen
just
it.
don't remember it.
Correct.
Yep. You were asleep.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it was last year. I'm not asleep this year, so we're good.
That's all I have.
Thanks, Lucas. Yeah, this is degenerating a little bit. I think we're all getting a little tired. So are we going to request number 9, Nazrat?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so if you don't have any question on the Parks and Recs budget, I'm going to move on to the general government capital budget request for procurement process and policy review. We're requesting $30,000 for this project. We would like to hire a consultant to come in and review and do a comprehensive review of our existing procurement policy and procedure, and also do some research and implement process and procedure so that we can attract more vendors and get a better price for our code projects that we go through for procurement. We are also going to be requesting them to help us update our templates and policies, and also train staff to ensure that we are following the right steps needed for procurement.
Questions from council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if there is no question for capital budget, it seems like there has not been any change in the capital budget that we are requesting. Will the council feel comfortable approving the entire capital budget for 2022 today?
It looks like Mark's ready to move.
Yeah, I'll move them.
And Larry's going to second. Do we need to include something about the fact that we've already pre-approved a couple of the motions or a couple of the items, or can we just make a blanket motion now?
Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, if you wouldn't mind, I do have two, I think it's 2 or 3 motions already. So I have 2 motions for capital budget business enhancement requests. So we have those 2 motions. And then I have a 3rd motion prepared for consideration of budget enhancement number 2, which is the PPE, number 3 for dump truck replacement, number 4 rebuild of Champion Motor Grader, number 5, which is construction program, number 6, which is the 2022 guardrail program, number 7, which is the floor scrubber, and number 9 is procurement process. So if you wouldn't mind, we could just pass a motion for those 3, for the remaining.
So the motion that Mark has just made and that Larry has just seconded, that's the 3rd motion that will cover all of those. Is that all right with everybody?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Daphne, did you miss the more on you said floor scrubber, but you didn't say more.
So I had a motion by Deputy Mayor Chibb, seconded by
so we
you,
did that?
Larry.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
for number 8, and that was separate from the bulk that we just discussed.
Okay, thank you.
So just for clarity, then we have 9 requests. 2 have been pre-approved by earlier motion. And so Mark's motion that Larry is seconding now will cover those other 7 projects. Is everyone clear on what we're doing? Then I'll call the question. All in favor? Yeah. Whoa, Scott's got the brakes on. What's the matter, Scott?
I just had a question on process. I'm not going to get this done because of the background. Sorry, it's part of Zoom. My apologies. A question on process. We're trying to be open and transparent and allow our public and our ratepayers and all that to have input. When we go ahead and we move as many motions we have and do as much business as we have today, are we circumventing that objective in any way?
I don't see how we are. I think that we had an open question period at the beginning and absolutely no questions were asked about any of these projected purchases. That's just my opinion. I'll defer to the staff. So with no comment, I'm assuming that they're agreeing that we can go forward with this motion. Yes,
I do have a comment. Sorry, I just was thinking slowly through what Scott just said. In our operating budget, the only thing that we asked to have changed was $1,000. Are we not, in all intents and purposes, approving the entire budget if we do this now? And if so, and we've said to the community that there'll be 2 times that it's coming forward, if they have more questions at the next council, we'll have already decided pretty much all of it, except to go next time and pass a motion. This all just feels odd to me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so council is not approving the operating budget right now. That will be, I will re-present it again to council on the 15th of December. So just want to make sure that council is not approving the operating budget now, today. It's just the capital budget because there has not been any changes. So I said, would council be considering approving it? But again, of course, council can say no, and then we re-present this again on the 15th of December.
I kind of feel like with the things that had to be approved, getting them done makes sense. We've all heard the information today. I suspect we're not going to have a lot of changes in our personal thoughts on it, but I feel like we're jumping ahead in the process if we make the actual approvals today. Just my opinion.
Thank you, Pat, for that. Larry?
I agree with Pat in some respects. The first thing I want to comment on is that this is probably one of the most comprehensive, well-designed budget we've ever delivered. So there's absolutely no place that somebody can say that we've hidden a few numbers. But I agree with what Pat and Scott are saying is that maybe we should slow down and say, okay, look, why don't we give them another week? So when we come back at the second budget meeting, if somebody has some objections, maybe they have an opportunity to bring those forward at that time. I don't know. That's just my comment. And I agree with Pat and Scott. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. It's 12 days before our next get together. But that being said, as Pat's mentioned, I believe already, any of the department heads who felt that it was urgent asked us for pre-budget approval. So perhaps we can feel relaxed enough that we don't need to pass the others today. If they had needed them to be forwarded, I mean, obviously we've shown are willing to cooperate with staff. Anyone who asked for and gave us a reasonable reason for pre-budget approval received it. So I'm comfortable with sitting on this. Yes, Mark?
Since I made the motion, Mr. Mayor, I would back off on the motion then, but I would like to see us approve the dump truck today, because that would give Lucas some time to look at maybe getting some better pricing if you went through the county-wide, maybe going through not just the county, but other municipalities and seeing whether we can get some buying power that way. So I don't see a reason why we couldn't do that, much like we did with the fire truck.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mark. And I mean, one of the reasons that we keep trying to move the budget process earlier is because we're giving our staff an advantage by letting them know that they have or don't have the money to go forward and get the RFP out there, get better quotes and more quotes, and all to our advantage. So is that the form of a motion, Mark, that you'd like to pre-approve the dump truck?
I just pre-approved the dump truck then. I know we had a seconder on my original motion. That
was Larry.
So
Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, we have a motion on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. I need a formal withdrawal, and then we will just withdraw. And then if you'd kindly go through the process with Councillor Lovshin and then get a seconder, we'll move forward with the dump truck.
I'll withdraw then.
So Mark has already withdrawn his motion, and Larry was the seconder.
Yes, and then I put on the floor then, Mr. Chair, that we would look at pre-approving the dump truck.
And Larry's seconding that. So, and I did get a head shake from Larry that he's withdrawing. He's agreeing to withdraw his second. So we don't have to vote on that since it's been withdrawn. Okay, so the new motion that's on the floor is to pre-approve the roads department's or public works department's request for a new plow truck. Everyone ready to go forward with that? Then all in favor? That one's carried. And so that gives us 3 of the 6, excuse me, 3 of the 9, and the other 6 we will hold over till our next budget meeting. Is that generally agreed then, everyone? Okay, thank you. That was a good, healthy discussion. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you. There were some other things that you presented to us in the budget, in the booklet that you gave us, and I think I've already agreed with everyone. It was really well presented, Nazrat. It was so, I'm not going to use the word simple, but it was a lot easier. That's a better word. It was a much easier to go through this and comprehend and understand it. I had some questions with regards to Schedule A. Are we going to have that in our second budget meeting? Because it's nothing urgent there. We're going to continue our next budget meeting with some of the things near the back of the package.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Schedule A, which is the line-by-line budget, line-by-line accounts, we normally put that as part of the budget package, but when it comes to pressure, we only talk about the items that has budget variances. But if council has any question on those, we would be happy to answer.
Well, I know I do, and I don't know if anyone else has moved that far through the budget. I'm way up to page, I think it's 138 starts, or anything between the last page that we had to the end of the book. If anyone has jotted questions down that they require answers for, I think we should give the council members an opportunity right now to ask those.
Absolutely.
So if no one else, I can start while the other councils look through and review their own notes. And I'm on page 38, and I just wondered about, when I'm just looking at some of the actuals compared to some of the budgets. And I'm just wondering if some of these are really, how realistic some of these are. On page 130, our billboard revenue, we haven't been able to. Our actuals are 0, but we're doubling our budget almost to $900. How do we come up with that?
To you, Mr. Mayor, our budget is, we're not doubling our budget, we're flatlining our budget. So there is no increase in our budget. We have a $900 budget there. But then if you look at 2019 and 2020 actual, we were around the $700 ballpark. So we do feel comfortable with that $900 budget.
Okay, then I'm going to go to the bank and our investments and our interest rates. I know the kind of investments we make. We can't be out there, taking risks with ratepayers' monies. We have to invest in, locked in safe numbers. Those numbers have absolutely plummeted in the bank. They're way, way less than 1%. And I don't know how we can project, again, flatlining at 25,000, but when our actuals are, 4,000 out of 50, are we expecting some change in the bank rates again?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this number will actually change at the end of the year. This is a year-end entry that we have to make. So we are expecting more than that, but you also have to take into consideration that for water, there will be interest that we are going to be earning from water, the money that water department borrowed from the township. So that's also included in there, but I am not increasing the budget for that item because I feel comfortable that we can be within that.
Okay. I'll stop hogging time if anybody else has any notes from any of these sections. Nobody? Okay. Most of these are much, just smaller little things, but aren't like marriage licenses on page 140. Do we actually have anybody coming to the office for marriage licenses?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, that's an exciting prospect for the next year. Once we manage to open to the public regularly, we're excited to consider promoting civil service marriage ceremonies as well as the marriage license opportunities. So we just haven't had a chance to do that due to COVID, but we're certainly looking forward to doing that in the future.
So if we're assuming responsibility there, do we also have any liability insurance that we should be considering? If we're
I'll leave that to the CAO to decide. I'm sure Parks, Recreation, and Culture folks in the facilities our insurance likely covers it.
Okay, thank you. I can't even find the right page now. I'm sorry, but it was with regards to our Cold Springs Hall. Some of the numbers that I thought we were projecting there, I didn't know how. I guess we're hoping that we're going to be able to open again. And to be sure, this was one of those years when we were lucky to have that hall. It really helped with our public works situation, being able to divide our crew. It probably paid its worth for that project alone. But I'm sort of always on the case of that hall being more of costing us more money than is coming in. I've lost the page now. I'm sorry.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it is page 158. 158.
I knew it was back here somewhere.
And you will see that for our budget, we are requesting $24,000. That's your net amount. And the actual for 2020 was around $20,000. So we do want to keep it as it is. We're flatlining it. We're not increasing it. If you look at 2019 actual, it was around $27,000. So we do feel comfortable keeping it at $24,000. The reality is no one actually knows what's going to be happening next year because of the pandemic. 2 weeks back, I thought it would be getting better, but with numbers changing now, but we are going to assume that it's going to be a regular year, and we're proceeding as such.
So the more accurate number actually would be going back to 2019 for our actual hall rentals. So
that's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think that's all the little asterisks and stars that I had put in the book. Sorry, now that I marked your book up, you're not going to want it back. Any other members of council? Anything else before we conclude for the day?
Mr. Mayor, just a reminder before you decide to conclude for the day, we do have a confirmatory bylaw.
Yep, I'll go back. Still have my agenda on the iPad, so I'll get back to it. Just want to know. Yes, Larry?
Just so it's on the record, there may be some people out there wondering why there's no water budget incorporated into this budget at this time. So maybe we want to ask what the future is for the water budget and how that will be dealt.
Right. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are going to be presenting water rate study to council in December. So December 21st is the date for it. I can present a budget to council for water before the rates are approved. I am hoping that the rates will be approved in December so that I can bring the budget for water to council in January of 2022.
Is that good, Larry? Okay. So if I go back to the agenda then, I believe we left off, we put the motion on the floor to receive this budget for information. I don't know if, and then we went through it all. I don't know if we've actually voted on that yet. So now that we've spent the last number of hours discussing that original motion, I'd like to call the question, if we haven't called it already, all in favor of receiving for information. Thank you very much. That brings us to part 8, confirmatory bylaw. It's recommended that the Council of the Corporation Township of Hamilton acts as follows. The bylaw number 2021-60, being a bylaw to adopt the proceedings of the council meeting held on the 3rd day of December 2021, and to authorize its execution to be given first, second, and third reading and finally passed this 3rd day of December 2021. Moved by Scott and seconded by Pat. All in favor? And that's carried. And just, a couple of really quick words before I ask for a motion to adjourn. I just want to give my thanks to staff, to Nuzrat for the effort that you put into presenting this budget to us. And I know you didn't do it by yourself, but you certainly led the charge, and the rest of staff for your contributions. And again, council, for very healthy discussions today, open. You know, we don't always agree, but we get there eventually. So I want to thank you all for your deliberations, and hopefully we can have a little bit of downtime for the rest of the day. So I'm almost certain that we're going to get a motion, a mover for this one. Is recommended the council of the Corporation Township of Hamilton acts as follows. The regular council meeting held on December 3rd be adjourned at 3:11. That would be Scott, and seconded by Larry, and all in favor. We're getting giddy, Pat. So again, thanks everyone. Stay safe out there.
Thanks, everyone.